morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. We are now on the third day of the Association of Pacific Rim Universities Undergraduate Leaders Program. I hope that our participants are motivated, energized, and kicking as things will be moving very fast from this point.
That's right, Imee. And we're diving into a very interesting topic today. One of the major problems countries all over the world face, spaces. Can I get a thumbs up from our participants if you think your country has serious problems with socialized housing and urban development? You can use the Zoom React button. Okay.
I can see your thumbs up. Thank you very much. Now, to help us facilitate these days ULP, I am very pleased to introduce to you our cluster host for today. She is an architect by profession and finished both her BS Architecture and MA in Urban and Regional Planning degrees from the University of the Philippines, Diliman campus. Prior to joining the academe, she was part of the Human Settlements and Development TAO-Pilipinas Incorporated, a women-led technical service non-government organization that assists marginalized communities on housing and tenure of issues using participatory community development processes. Let's welcome to the screen Assistant Professor Belga.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Director Imee. Good day, everyone. I am very honored to be part of the ULP 2021 with the theme SAHAYA. As part of our journey to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, today we will be discussing spaces in terms of human settlements, socialized housing, and sustainable building technology and methods. To start up our third day, it is my distinct honor to introduce the Dean of the College of Engineering of UP Diliman, Professor Ferdinand Manigdeg. Dean, the screen is yours.
To the members of the Association of Pacific Rim Universities Undergraduate Leaders Program Cluster 1 event, UP System Office of International Linkages Director, Associate Professor Imee Martinez, Assistant Vice President for Public Affairs, Professor Jose Wendell Capili, Assistant Vice President for Student Affairs, Assistant Professor Richard Philip Gonzalo, TVUP Executive Director, Professor Emeritus Grace Javier Alfonso, fellow Deans, Professor Grace Ramos of the College of Architecture, and Professor Hussein Lidasan of the School of Urban and Regional Planning. Our inspirational speakers, Ms. Patricia Non and Architect Amila Rodil. To our guest speakers, Professor David Leonides T of the School of Urban and Regional Planning, Assistant Professor Maria Pate Varona of the UP College of Architecture, and Assistant Professor Harold Aquino of the UP College of Engineering, Architect Theresse Julia of TAO-Pilipinas, facilitators from the College of Engineering, College of Architecture, and School of Urban and Regional Planning, Assistant Professor Belga-Casono, Engineer Christian Arans, Engineer Francesca Valerie Cabanlig, Assistant Professor Hannah Regidor, Assistant Professor Christine Poliosco Aspiras, Environmental Planner Jade Agapinan, Environmental Planner Arlene Santiago, Association of Pacific Rim Universities Undergraduate Leaders Program Committee members from leading universities worldwide, and participants. A pleasant day to all. Isang magandang araw sa ating lahat. Welcome, everyone, to Day 3 of the Association of Pacific Rim Universities Undergraduate Leaders Program, which is hosted by the University of the Philippines Diliman, College of Architecture, School of Urban and Regional Planning, and the College of Engineering. Though we come from various disciplines, we value similar attributes. We are objective and rational. We stress the need for accurate solutions to social problems. However, we also know that skills and knowledge are not enough to create a better future. We must always ask ourselves, for whom are we striving? Leadership is necessary for our respective fields as we help create a moral compass that favors the underprivileged. We have a responsibility to be faithful to both science and the nation. Nobel Prize in Chemistry awardee Marie Curie once said, and I quote, "You cannot hope to build a better world without improving individuals. To that end, each of us must work for his improvement and at the same time share a general responsibility for all humanity." Unquote. The words light and hope can be translated into different languages in our motherland because we value them greatly. Often, the words light and hope are personified by the youth. For that, dear participants, your value as the hope of the motherland is inculcated in our communities. Your role being the light and hope are inhibited in words such as namnama, sahaya, and pag-asa. The theme of the event, Sahaya, Science and Arts Harnessing the Youth Advocacies, could not be more persuasive. It is urging young leaders to learn from sustainable people-oriented practices in various fields so they can be achieved in nation building and critical in digital environments. Since day one, undergraduate leaders have been immersed in virtual lectures and workshops that introduce fresh perspective. Today, dear student, you will be delving into the theme Holistic Habitation. Every problem has a solution, though they don't always come easy and straightforward. We have intertwined social issues that are seemingly difficult to unravel unless we embark on an interdisciplinary solution. By that, we mean integrating practices in governance, urban planning, engineering, agriculture, and biofortification. A holistic habitation is a multidisciplinary approach against the enduring housing problem and vulnerabilities of communities in the Philippines. We have a myriad of problems to address. First and foremost, many of our fellow Filipinos have no homes. Our country faced a backlog of 6.75 million units in 2020. This count is expected to rise to 22 million units by 2040 if the backlog remains unmitigated. Poverty is the undergrowth of the housing problem. The shanties and makeshift houses at the elm of business district provide clear evidence of the income disparity in the country. The wider the income gap and the more targeted vulnerable populations become, the lesser the chances of having a decent home. Socialized housing is available, but the locations of the houses are unfavorable for employment opportunities. Having a decent house is another matter. Many settlements in our country are prone to threats of flooding, typhoons, and fire. In other words, ineffective and vulnerable against our disaster-prone context. Constructing homes, meanwhile, is an issue that falls in policymaking and land use as farmlands are often converted into housing developments. Issues that persist in communities have been even more magnified during the pandemic, wherein living rooms were converted into classrooms of varying grade levels and bedrooms into workspaces. The less propitious the house, the lesser the productivity and more stressful. These issues are only a glance of the challenges that habitation, integrating sustainable technology and methods, community empowerment, and equitability wishes to address. Various discussions today will enlighten everyone on the challenges at hand and how they can be effectively resolved. How can healthy communities in densifying cities be created? What are sustainable building methods? How can we put more people in homes? The various talks can provide us with essential information that can boost our morale and empower us to empower others. They are designed to take the participant out of their comfort zones and to build perspective. We are creating a common language from the methods of our various disciplines. Our goal for today is also holistic. The inculcation of leadership in our fields that is inalienable and whole. May you enjoy all the activities today, learn from one another, and emerge with increased enthusiasm to empower your fellow youth. This is also an exceptional opportunity to widen your network and engage with other participants having similar research interests. We are thankful to the Association of Pacific Rim Universities for organizing a program that promotes collective education and the advancement of research capabilities. May the gains from today's activities be part of your journey as future engineers, scientists, industry experts, innovators, and servants of the people. Once again, I welcome you to Day 3 of the Association of Pacific Rim Universities Undergraduate Leaders Program. Mabuhay kayong lahat.
Thank you very much, Dean Ferdinand Manigdeg, for introducing today's cluster organizers and for reminding our undergraduate leaders that they are our light and hope in building an equitable and sustainable future. Your message strikes the point that even though humanity has progressed so much throughout the course of history, we are still stricken with the challenge of providing people with a basic human right that is decent and humane housing. It seems that it is a very daunting goal, but with today's discussions, we hope that everyone will be able to realize different ways in which they can contribute to achieving holistic habitation in their countries and communities. To continue with our program, we are joined by someone who has started a movement of extending kindness and compassion during the Philippines pandemic lockdowns. I am very honored to introduce to you the pioneer of community pantries here in the Philippines, Ms. Patricia Non.
Magandang araw. Ako si Patricia Non ng Maginhawang Community Pantry at Community Pantry PH. Ayun, bago mag-start, sana nabalitaan niyo yung Community Pantry or nagkaroon at merong Community Pantry malapit sa inyo. So, ano ba yung Community Pantry? Basically, nagsimula siya sa isang kariton at sa kaunting gulay, delata, bigas na meron ako dito sa bahay. Tapos yung kariton na yun, design ko na bilang furniture maker at designer na nag-fail. So, yung fail na kariton, dinala ko lang sa Maginhawa. Tapos, yun yung pinaglagyan ko ng goods. And netong pandemic, panahon ng pandemya, panahon ng kahirapan, at panahon na maraming walang trabaho, yung community pantry or yung kariton na yon naging simbolo ng pag-asa sa atin. And ngayon, ano na ba yung community pantry? Meron na tayong 6,700 community pantries all over the Philippines. At meron na ring ibang Asian countries na gumaya sa atin na naging example to. So, yung community pantry, hindi siya yung usual na charity na akala natin merong isang taong nagliligtas, may isang tao, politiko, o mayaman, or organization or na magliligtas sa atin para makakain tayo. Yung community pantry ay isang mutual aid. Ano ba yung mutual aid? Siguro tayong mga Pilipino, mas familiar tayo dun sa definition na bayanihan. So, bayanihan, salubungan siya, tapos lahat ng tao nag-aambag, at lahat ng taong nagbubuhat ng kubo sa bayanihan na example, nakalapat yung paa nila sa lupa. So, yun yung model ng community pantry. At saka, wala siyang hierarchy sa nagbibigay at tumatanggap. Parehas silang mahalaga at parehas silang may lugar sa community at parehas silang dalawa salubungan, nagtutulungan. At masaya ko kasi yung community pantry, open siya para sa lahat. Ano man yung political nating paniniwala, katayuan sa buhay, piniling sexualidad, relihiyon. So very accepting siya. Lalo na yung message din siguro ng community pantry ay magbigay ayon sa kakayahan at kumuha batay sa pangangailangan. So may mga tao kung kaunti lang ang kaya nilang ibigay, sapat na yon, malaking bagay na yon. At kung nyari ako, si Patreng, magbigay ako, for example, ng 10 pesos. Tapos yung isang kaibigan ko magbigay ng 100. Tapos siguro yung tita ko magbigay ng 1,000 pesos. Yung 10 pesos, yung 100 pesos at 1,000 pesos, pantay-pantay lang yon sa mata ng community pantry at sa mata ng mga tao kasi yun yung kakayahan nila. So, very accepting siya, hindi siya judgmental, and very empowering din. Nagkaroon ng dignidad lahat ng tao na bumubuo ng community pantry kasi hindi pala kailangan mayaman, hindi pala kailangan ganito yung katayuan ko sa buhay para makatulong. Lahat pwedeng tumulong. And sa totoo lang, yung mutual aid or community pantry, hindi lang basta pera or pagkain ang pwedeng ibigay. Pwede rin nating ibigay yung services. For example, madami tayong volunteer lawyers na nagbibigay ng oras nila. Meron tayong mga health workers na nagdi-discuss kung ano ba yung COVID at bakuna. Meron din tayong mga members ng community na wala daw silang ekstrang pera pero kaya nilang magbantay at saka magpaayos ng pila. So ano yan pwedeng expertise natin, kanya-kanyang, at naniniwala ako na kanya-kanya tayo ng expertise, kanya-kanya tayong journey. At mas masaya kung ibabahagi natin yun sa ibang tao, lalo na ngayon, kasi yun pinakakailangan. Ngayon yung bayanihan, katatiran sa isa't isa. Yun yung dapat nabubuhay ngayon. Kasi kahit anong pera, kahit anong privileges mo, hindi ka magsusurvive kung wala kang katuwang. So, alam mo yun, panahon na para magtulong-tulong at magsama-sama. So, yun, nag-evolve siya na sobrang dami na yung community pantries at ginagawa natin, directly tayo mo-order ng gulay sa mga farmers. Naalala ko, last year, nung start pa lang ng pandemic, nagbibigayan ng ayuda. May nag-trending na balita na isang community sa Visayas, namimigay sila ng mga gulay, yun yung ayuda nila. Tapos naisip ko, uy, sana ganun din sa amin. At nag-trending siya, yung mga friends ko, ang caption nila, sana all, ganyan. So, nasa isip ko, napakahirap siguro umorder ng gulay directly sa mga magsasaka o bigas, ganyan. Tapos, nung nag-community pantry, bumuhos yung mga donasyon. Naisip ko agad, teka, bago tayo magkaroon ng food security, dapat empowered yung mga magsasaka. Dapat tinutulungan natin sila. At alam mo yun, hindi nakasalala yung pagkain natin sa kanila. So, ayun, in-order natin yung mga gulay directly sa farmers. Tapos, nagulat ako kasi may kahiwalay pa siyang issue kung paano binabarat yung mga magsasaka. Pero through community pantry, hindi na lang siya basta venue para kumuha ng pagkain. Venue rin siya para matutunan natin yung struggle ng bawat isa at katulad din ng mga farmers. So yun, umorder tayo ng gulay sa kanila at napakadali pa lang umorder ng gulay sa kanila. At kayang-kaya siyang bilhin sa tamang halaga. So, nagiging example din yung community pantries natin na, ay, okay pala, dapat empowered yung farmers, dapat bilhin natin sa tamang halaga. Tapos yun, bukod sa farmers, ang masaya kong kwento ng community pantry, may panahon kasi na lagi nating dinidemonize yung mahihirap or alam mo yun, parang minsan judgmental tayo. Pero naisip ko noon, explain sa mga tao na delay the judgment. Hindi natin alam kung ano yung pinagdadaanan nila, ilan yung members ng family, or ang nasanay ba silang lifestyle. Nagpupursige sila na, alam mo yun, i-extend yung pera para sa ilang meals pa ba yan. So, nung start ng community pantry, explain. And napagod ako, syempre, sa pag-i-explain. Pero, nung third or fourth day, tapos na dapat yung operations ng pantry. Tapos biglang may tumigil na sasakyan. Tapos binaba niya yung malalaking kamote. Tapos yun na ata yung best na kamoteng nakita ko. Kasi di ba pagdating ng kamote dito sa Manila, maliliit na, puro lupa, ganyan. So malalaki yung mga kamote. And nilagay dun sa kariton. Tapos pasalamat ako ng pasalamat sa nag-donate, sa nagdala ng kamote. Tapos ang sabi nung nagdala, huwag po kayo magpasalamat sa akin. Yang mga kamote na yan, galing directly sa mga magsasaka ng Tarlac. Nabalitaan nila sa news yung community pantry. kesa mabulok kasi hindi nabebenta, mabuti pa daw may makinabang dito sa Manila. So, noong araw na yon, umiyak ako noon narinig ko kasi parang totoo pala, kahit hindi ka patuloy na mag-explain, yung basic masses, ipapaliwanag at ipapaliwanag niya at lalabas talaga yung tunay na, alam mo yon, yung kwento. At saka ayun, dapat may tiwala tayo sa isa't isa. So, simula nung araw na yun, sabi ko, ay, hindi na ako masyado mag-explain kasi lalabas at lalabas din yung kwento ng mga maralita na kahit ganito lang yung meron sila, itutulong at itutulong nila kasi sila yung directly may alam kung ano yung pakiramdam na nahihirapan, nagugutom, hindi makabenta, apektado yung negosyo or yung hanap buhay nitong pandemya. So yun, madaming kwento and bukod doon sa mga yon, yung community pantry, masaya ako kasi nag-serve siya ng hope at saka alam mo yon, parang madami nagme-message na nakatulong siya sa mental health ng mga tao na dati minomonitor nila yung COVID cases, minomonitor nila kung yung daan ng mga ambulansya sa bahay nila. Pero nag-community pantry, minomonitor nila kung ilan na yung community pantry malapit sa bahay nila. So very empowering, very accepting siya. At nagsimula siya sa simpleng pangarap. Ano ba yung, bakit simpleng pangarap? Sa totoo lang, ang pagkain basic need natin. Malungkot talaga na naghihirap tayo ngayong panahon ng pandemya and ngayon sa Pilipinas hindi sapat yung ayuda. Pero tawag dito, nagkaroon ng lakas ng loob yung mga tao na sabihin na, oy, kulang ng pagkain at basic need natin to, hindi natin to nakukuha. So, nag-take action yung mga tao. And kahit lumawak yung community pantry at madami siyang natutulungan, naniniwala ako na hindi siya yung sagot for food security. Kumbaga, malayo pa yung laban. Pero naniniwala ako na maganda na napag-usapan na natin to at maganda, maparinig natin mga simpleng mga mamamayan na nahihirapan din, willing tumulong. What more yung may hawak ng budget natin? What more yung may control sa market ng mga magsasaka and yung mga policies natin na nakakaapekto sa farmers, sa fisher folks, at tayong mga nandito sa lungsod, di ba? Kasi wala talaga palang scarcity ng pagkain. Kasi yung pagkain hindi nakakadating sa Manila. Bakit? Kasi hindi nabibili sa farmers. Ayun. So, mahaba-haba pa yung laban. Pero natutuwa ako kasi parang isang hakbang papalapit na to dun sa pangarap natin na food security. At masaya ako kasi hindi lang ako yung mag-isa sa laban na to. Parang kasama ko kayo, kasama ko yung mga tao, lahat na nag-organize ng 6,700 community pantries. At naniniwala ako na mas marami pa tayong may isip na paraan para makatulong at yung kapwa natin and yung sarili natin. Sa totoo lang, siya parang very, very life-changing siya para sa akin. Kasi akala ko, ang dami ko nang alam nun tungkol sa issue ng lipunan. Akala ko ang dami ko nang alam about food security. Pero bawat araw may natututunan ako. And sa totoo, kayong mga youth na kasama ko dito, very hopeful ako sa inyo. And hindi ko sinasabi na gawa kayo ng isang malaking national movement din. Minsan, nagsisimula lang talaga siya sa pinaka-simple, kailangan na pangarap. And kailangan lang natin ng isang hakbangan yung mga pangarap natin yun. And kung ano man yung field na pinili nyo, go. Tapos supportive ako sa inyo kasi mas creative, mas may energy kayo, at mas matatalino kayo kumpara pa sa akin. Very hopeful ako sa inyo. And sa totoo lang, bukod sa kabataan, yung mga mga senior natin, willing din tumulong at willing pa rin ilaban yun. I-share ko lang din kasi karamihan ng community pantry organizers galing sa kabataan. Pero last week, nagpunta ako sa isang farming community. Tapos sabi ng isang matandang magsasaka, nanggaling ako ng Tacloban, lumipat ako sa Bulacan para magbungkalan, maging farmer, nakipagsapalaran ako. Sa totoo, kung isipin nyo, so suko na ako kasi pagod na ako, matanda na ako. Pero supportive ako, nagbubungkal pa rin ako. Tuturuan ko kayo magbungkal, kung paano tayo magkakaroon ng pagkain sa mga backyards natin, sa mga gardens natin. Naniniwala kasi ako na tuloy pa yung laban. Hanggang huling sandali ko dito sa mundo, tuloy-tuloy pa rin tayo. So yan, nasa atin yung sagot. Wala lang, hindi lang sa akin. Lahat tayo may pwedeng iambag. At lahat yun, gano'n man kasimple, minsan mababago niya yung buhay natin, mababago din natin yung buhay ng ibang tao. Pagka hindi na natin alam yung gagawin, confused na tayo, okay lang magpahinga. Kasi yun naman yung sinabi ng community pantry, di ba? Magbigay ayon sa kakayahan. And when in doubt, pagka siguro saan tayo magsisimula, ano yung gagawin natin? Kailangan lang din natin maging grounded. Kailangan nakalapat tayo sa lupa. Isipin natin kung para kanino at ano yung journey natin. Kanya-kanya talaga yan. And excited ako para sa inyong mga youth leaders kung ano yung mga gagawin ninyo. And tandaan natin, hindi natin magagawa to or hindi tayo magsasucceed pag mag-isa lang tayo. Kailangan natin mag-create ng community, kailangan natin isurround yung sarili natin sa mga supportive na tao. At syempre, sa huli, mangarap tayo. Mangarap tayo para sa sarili, kung ano ba yung kahit weird na pangarap. Ganyan kasi nagsimula yung pantry, weird din ako talaga, weird yung pangarap. Mangarap para sa sarili, pero wag natin kakalimutan para mangarap para sa bayan natin. And minsan akala natin imposible, pero kaya yan basta sama-sama. At saka, ayun, ituloy lang natin yung mga pangarap na yun, aksyonan natin, at yayain natin yung mga kaibigan, kaklase natin. At sana, pagka umabot na tayo sa panahon na alam natin yung ginagawa natin or pangarap natin, kayong mga magkakaklase, magkakaibigan, student leaders, or simpleng estudyante, kabataan, kayo pa rin yung magkakasama habang binabago natin yung bayan. And last, bago matapos siguro itong message ko na ito, isipin natin, iwan ko sa inyong tanong na to, ano yung pangarap nyong community? And bonggahan nyo na, itodo nyo na. Kasi walang masama mangarap ng mataas kasi kayang-kaya natin yan. Kasi kung ako ang tatanungin, ang pangarap kong community, bawat community, may doktor, may teacher, may midwife, safe yung community, hindi tayong matatakot lumabas ng gabi. Kung indigenous community, nape-preserve nila yung lands nila, nakukultivate nila, at syempre, alam nila yung karapatan nila bilang mga katutubo. Kung farming and fisher folks community naman, siguro alam nila yung political economics kung magkano dapat ibebenta yung mga goods nila or mga harvest nila para hindi sila nalaloko. And syempre, bawat community, lahat may lugar at may participation tayo. Hindi lang tayo basta residente. May ambag tayo sa ating komunidad. Tapos, bawat matanda, bata, may venue para ipakita yung talents niya at venue para matuto at merong pagkakaisa. Ayun yung pangarap ko. So kayo, anong pangarap nyo? And gusto ko marinig at gusto ko makita na ginagawa natin yung mga pangarap natin. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Ms. Patricia Non. You are truly the epitome of the youth being personifications of light and hope in our society. Your brave initiative is proof that even with meager and simple resources, one can spark a multiplier effect and do so much good for many people. You have greatly uplifted the hearts of our kababayans and inspired many others to replicate your compassionate work. Now, it's time for us to proceed with the first topic of our workshop. This one is very close to our hearts, and since we have all witnessed the challenges of expanding and densifying cities, and these challenges even became more evident when the pandemic struck. Countries are now being forced to rethink the systems of their cities in relation to the global health issue. Let's see how this conversation will go now that cities are being forced to transform themselves once more. Let us now welcome the Director of Graduate Studies of the UP School of Urban and Regional Planning. He received his BS Architecture degree, cum laude, from the UP College of Architecture in Diliman, Quezon City. He earned both his master's and doctorate degrees in the Science of Art and Design from the University of Tsukuba in Japan. While in Japan, he was involved in studies on prefabricated housing systems with the intention of developing a flexible industrialized housing system for the Philippines. This flexible industrialized housing model addresses the spatial needs of a growing family through an incremental and modular manner of house expansion. Basically, this model provides an intuitive and cost-efficient way of building homes. A family just adds spaces based on their needs and based on their resources as they move up in their lives. Our first speaker's research interests include housing for low-income families, indigenous people settlements, and land use and human settlements planning. I am very pleased to introduce to you my teacher, Professor David Leonides Yap. Dr. Yap, the screen is yours.
I'll share my slide. Okay. So, a pleasant greetings to all. I would not say good morning because probably in some areas it's in the afternoon, in some areas it's already evening. No? So just pleasant greetings. So the task given to me is to give a lecture about the challenge of human settlements in densifying cities in 30 minutes. Therefore, what I did is uh, I prepared this presentation following this outline. No? First, I will describe what densification is all about, and then I will explain its applications to urban planning. And then I think I need to explain, no, about the growth of cities, particularly about land uses and zoning. No? This is true to all cities. No? We have this. How do you regulate development? And then after this, I will explain some of the principles that we are developing to address sustainable development, how to lower the effects of greenhouse gas emissions, and also how to slow down climate change. We cannot stop climate change. No, it will happen. We can only slow it down. Then the fifth is I will then present what are the challenges to human settlements. So what is densification? No? So it is a term used by planners, designers, developers, and theorists to describe the increasing density of people living in urban areas. So in planning, density refers to the number of people occupying a given area. So you usually encounter the term urban density or population density. Uh, so for example, no, in Manila, no, which is the capital city of the Philippines, the density is 71,263 persons per square kilometer. Compared to another major city in the south, that has a density of only 5,719 persons per square kilometer. No? So this enables us, no, to understand what cities are all about. For example, in Metro Manila, it has 16 cities, no, and one municipality. The cities adjacent Manila are Pasay City and Quezon City, and they are not as dense as Manila. So this will enable planners, no, to understand what can be done what intervention should be introduced, and the like. No, incidentally, I think Manila is one of the densest cities in the world. Okay, what are some ways, we can control density? No, the first bullet is what we call the floor area ratio, or FAR. This is the total building area divided by the land the building is situated on. So, for example, if the total floor area is 200 square meters and the lot area is 100 square meters, then the floor area ratio would be 2. Okay. So, when our college was asked to plan the land use plan of the University of the Philippines, we prescribed a floor area ratio of 3 along the Commonwealth property. No? And then, for example, in an area in Makati City, this is Legazpi Village. The floor area ratio is around 8. And in Fort Bonifacio Global City, this is the most advanced mixed-use development in the Philippines now. The floor area ratio is above 10. No? Okay. Other ways to control or regulate density is with employment density. This is the number of jobs in a given area, and residential density, the number of dwelling units in an area. Okay, so the pictures I'm showing here, the one on top is the property along Commonwealth Avenue. This is around 101 hectares. It belongs to the University of the Philippines. We are renting it out, and the university earns, from the rent paid by the developer. So the picture in the top photo, the floor area ratio here is 3. Okay, that's how you control density. The one below, that's Amorsolo Street in Legazpi Village in Makati City. The floor area ratio is 8. And the photo to the right, this is in Fort Bonifacio Global City. The floor area ratio is above 10. So that's how density is controlled in development. Now, here is an example, for low-cost housing. We have economic and socialized housing. A very critical component of a resettlement site, for low-income families is the amount of open space, or the area that's devoted to parks and playgrounds. So if you can look at the slide, we are now using residential density, or the number of dwelling units per hectare. So if you have 150 and below dwelling units per hectare, the parks and playground should be 3.5% of the gross area, the land area. And then the allowed open space increases as the number of dwelling units increase. Why is it this way? Please don't ask me, but we have researchers in the college I belong to. We are already doing studies, to try to determine what would be a more adequate open space percentage for socialized housing developments. Okay, this slide shows why densification helps. For example, if you have a fixed population size and you have a high density, then you would need a smaller land area for a city, and these are more efficient. You use lesser energy to operate or run the city. For example, if you need to distribute food, you need lesser roads, to supply food to all the residents in an area. And you also can control waste in an area. No, so what theorists and planners are now saying that probably dense cities or compact cities would be an alternative to development, no? Given what's happening now. Okay. Uh, okay, this is the third part of my presentation, which is an understanding of why cities are the way they are now. No, so based on what I've read, it started with the Industrial Revolution, where there was a fundamental shift in development patterns that shaped the structure of the built environment. And then the author of this article mentions that there were four elements that spurred, no, the rise of cities. These are industrialization, second is urbanization, third is advances in transportation, and the fourth is the introduction of zoning. No, this is very important. Just bear with me. It's a little bit of history. Uh, okay, so industrialization. No, during the industrialization, this transformed agricultural-based economy into manufacture of goods and services. No, from producing by hand, we started using machines. So prior to the uh, industrialization, we had small cities or small villages, and they were maybe characterized by mixed uses, whereby if you had a residence, the working area was at the ground floor and the residential area was in the second floor. No, but with the industrial revolution, all of this changed. The small artisan shops were replaced by large factories. So this brought about the expansion, no, of the boundaries of a city. No, live work areas were supplanted by tenements because they needed to house a larger workforce. No, and this supplanted, no, all the small villages prior to the industrial revolution. The industrial revolution brought about urbanization. No, more people flocked to cities. Okay. Uh, so the land area of the cities grew horizontally and also vertically. No, with the industrial revolution, we could build higher buildings. Of course, not the same as what we have today, but this is what they mean that cities were able to grow vertically. No, uh, the urbanization which was caused by the industrial revolution caused, no, these negative impacts on city. No, cities became synonymous with congestion, health, and disease. No, during that time, the sanitation infrastructure was not as developed as it is today. Therefore, this is what happened. No, you had several people flocking to cities. They had several activities, and the government could not control what was happening, and therefore it resulted in these negative impacts. In addition to the congestion, filth, and diseases, uh, the cities were also affected by noise from the factories, uh, pollution, and noxious or odors. No, okay, so this made living in what the new cities, it made it unbearable. No, uh, but the discovery of the automobile and the streetcar changed all of this. Uh, because of the transportation system, it enabled governments to build larger cities. Before, the boundaries of a city were only determined by how far a person could walk on foot. But with the automobile, it brought about new changes, no, in planning or in city development. You could now have larger areas. And this brought about the concept of suburban living. Okay. Then also for food, uh, because of transportation, the farm or agricultural areas did not have to be located adjacent the cities. No, they could be located in far away farms, and this could be transported, no, through to the cities. Okay, so because of all the negative impact, no, brought about by the industrial revolution, and then you had it brought about the rise of larger or wider areas of city development. There was there was a need to control development. This is zoning. No, cities are now divided into zones or land uses, whereby the activities within the land uses are prescribed, and also the type of development is prescribed by what zone you are located in. So you can have residential zones, uh, industrial zones, zones that are delegated only to commerce, open space, and the like. So this is how cities are planned now, no, presently. You have land uses and you have zones. And then we have what we call the Euclidean zoning. You cannot have mixed uses inside the zone. If it's residential, it should be purely for residential. Okay, so uh, this is what sets the stage now for my discussion, no, yung uh, about densification. You must understand that the current practice of urban planning is subdividing an area into land uses and zones. Okay, so this is an example of a zone. This is District 1 in Quezon City. Quezon City has 6 districts. So what you can see here is the area is subdivided into commercial, residential, and industrial uses. No, you can see this at the lower left. That's the legend. In residential areas, what you see here is what we refer to as R3, uh, meaning that in this, again, no, density would somehow dictate what an R3 area is. No, for example, in the Philippines, R1 would refer to 12 dwelling units per hectare. No, and then the building height is maximum is 10 meters, and each plot of land should have uh, large, no, gardens. In an R3 area, you can have, no, more than maybe 30 or 40 dwelling units per hectare, and then you can have as high as 3 to 4 stories, and you can have even mixed uses within an R3 area. No, so it's and then even the zoning is C2, so we have C1, C2, and C3, and the blue color is for institutional uses, usually government centers, schools, and the like. So the zoning enables government to control development. Offenders can be penalized, and their operations can be shut down. No? So that's how government regulates development. I'm sure you have this in your respective countries, no? In Japan, Korea, Ecuador, Hong Kong, China, New Zealand, Australia, and Singapore. No, you have this same way whereby or how your government does regulate development in your area. Okay. Okay, so we're now moving back, fast forward to what's happening now. No, theories planners, no, are now questioning, no, the what they see. No, they are criticizing urban sprawl. No, you areas different land uses are located far from each other, far from the city centers. They are questioning all the zoning or the Euclidean zoning, whereby you only have a specific land use in one area and you cannot have mixed uses. They refer to this as inefficient, it's energy intensive, and it's car dependent. No? And then The second is densification and compaction have become increasingly linked to sustainability and resilience. No? So mixed use, mixed land use, smaller cities. No, so concerns on reversing greenhouse gases, global warming, effects of climate change brought about new planning paradigms such as smart cities, green urbanism, transit-oriented design, new urbanism, all of which focus on mixed use, walkable, that's the term, no? It's walkable. And then you can all achieve this through densification of cities. I remember, no, my family, we visited Auckland in New Zealand in 2018. So we stayed in West Harbor, and we had to take the expressway to go to the city center. No, so our students from Auckland University, you can probably identify with what I said. Uh, for me, this is, I may be mistaken, but uh, I think that is an example of a sprawling, energy intensive, and car dependent city, no, which many planners are now criticizing. I may be wrong, but you can maybe correct me later. So these are another example, no, of the new models that planners are trying to introduce. No, high density, compact, mixed use development, if properly planned, aim to bring about more vibrant neighborhoods, less traffic, reduce air pollution, improved public health, and increase economic activity. This planning paradigm places numerous uses within close distance. It makes it reasonable for people to walk. No, but of course we have different definitions of what is a highly dense city. No, for example, in the United Kingdom, they say that if you have less than 50 homes per hectare, it would be hard to walk from one area or to walk from one service area to another. No, uh, people from different countries would have their own criteria for defining what is considered a dense city. Or okay, uh, a catchphrase that we usually use is "you live you live in the area where you work." No, so the live work play model. That's a model for a mixed use development. Okay, so this is an example, no, of yung green urbanism principles. How do you move 60 people? No, so if you take a car, if each individual drives a car, then you need 60 cars, and they will fill up the street, cause traffic congestion, and also pollution. No, if they take the bus, then you just need one bus. No, if the bus is, maybe some of them will have to stand up. No, and if you take a bicycle, this is how it will look like. No, so this is what proponents, no, for high density compact cities are advocating for. Maybe we can transform into a society that whereby people would walk, take the bicycle. No, so this is the society before the industrial revolution. No, except now we have more advances in sanitation, no, in infrastructure to prevent the spread of disease. This is another model. We call it the urban heat island effect. No, city centers have higher temperatures than the surrounding areas. And then we call this the urban heat island. No, and then it causes social damages, like it increases the use of air conditioning, so you need more energy to cool the city, and then it also increases carbon emissions, no, CO2 emissions. Okay, uh, this study was done by a very good colleague, no, a good friend, Dr. Toshiaki Ichinose. He belongs to the National Institute for Environmental Studies in Tsukuba Science City. No, so earlier Professor Edra mentioned that I graduated from Tsukuba, which incidentally is the best university in Japan. No, no, I'm just joking. No, I'm sure the participants from Keio, Waseda, and Osaka University will disagree with me. Anyway, I just said that to catch your attention, and I hope you're listening to me. Okay, this is another example. No, so you have the urban heat island. How can you cool the inner city? No, so this is an example in Korea. It is the Cheongye stream. The picture to the left, no, there used to be a stream there, but maybe uh, prior to 2003, the Korean government thought that you can build an expressway to address, no, the traffic situation in the city center. But later on, with the because of climate change, they saw that the benefits of lowering the inner city temperature far outweigh, having a efficient transportation system. So from 2003 to 2005, this expressway was demolished, and they brought back the Cheongye stream. So this area has become an urban oasis. It significantly lowers the inner city temperatures. No, it is also a gathering place for families, no, in the inner city to enjoy and relax. No. Uh, Unfortunately, here in the Philippines, we did not learn from the Koreans. No, there is a proposal to build a highway alongside or over our river, the Pasig River. Uh, It's called the Pasig River Expressway. It's supposed to speed up, transportation in the city. No, I would like everyone to know that that proposal did not come from the School of Urban and Regional Planning. We had nothing to do with that. And I guess also our colleagues from the College of Architecture did not have anything to do with that. Okay. Okay, here's another important concept. It's called the ecological footprint. This is an accounting tool or a resource accounting tool. It was developed by Mathis Walker-Nagel and Bert Bayers. Uh, the concept behind this is how much resources does the human population consume in a year. How much waste are generated. They are saying that before the earth can regenerate or reproduce the resources that we consume in a year and also the waste that we generate, the earth can absorb it. But according to these scientists, we are now in what they refer to as ecological overshoot. It now takes 1 year and 6 months uh, to generate the resources we consume in 1 year, as well as the waste that we generate. Therefore, this is a wake up call. No, they're saying that we should slow down, or we should be mindful of how we consume our resources. If not, we will experience ecological collapse. No, probably in some areas they are already experiencing this. No, and then it also depletes the resources. No, yung leaving some groups of people without. No, so uh, if you do not have resources, there will be a segment in the population that can survive and a segment that cannot. So, okay, this is Fort Bonifacio Global City. Maybe this is the segment of the population that can survive. Uh, this is a mixed-use development. It's a compact city. I mentioned earlier that the floor area ratio is more than 10. So this is a high-density area, but it has incorporated all the planning models that I mentioned earlier, like walkable city, uh, it has developed technology to lower the inner city temperature and the like. No, but to be able to live here, you must have a salary of $6,000 and above, 6,000 US dollars and above to be able to live here. This mixed use development employs the concept of live, work, and play. No, you can live in the area where you work. No, if you earn $6,000 or more. Uh, Actually, only around 30% or even less of the people who work here live in this area. The rest come from outside. No? And then, regarding what I said about the ecological footprint, so what happens to people who cannot afford? No, uh, so this is what happens. No, I put people forgotten. No, uh, this is no. So those who cannot afford are eased out and have to do with what they can find. No, this is one of the challenges, or maybe the major challenge faced by urban planners in cities that are rapidly undergoing densification. How to distribute resources fairly and look after the social welfare of many who are unable to do this on their own. No? Actually, this is what the University of the Philippines is all about. This is what we were trained to do. In many urban centers, not only in the Philippines, buildable land is becoming scarce and very expensive. Okay. So, but this is this data is rather late. It's 2011. It just gives you an idea of the magnitude of informal settlers in the Philippines. So overall in the Philippines, it's around 1.5 million. And in Metro Manila, there are around 584,000. Okay. Now the authors of this research, they indicated the growth rate. No, in overall in the Philippines, the growth rate is around 7.2%. But in Metro Manila, it's more than double that. It's 15.9. No, so presently we estimate the number of informal settlers to be around 4 million. Around 1.5 are in Metro Manila. Okay. Uh, okay. Why? So this is not because only of natural growth, but Metro Manila is an in-migration area. No, people from rural areas migrate to the Philippines in search for livelihood, better livelihood. Maybe if they come from an area where there is war or peace and order is threatened, they come to Manila. Uh, they come for better education, better social welfare services, and in some cases they come because Manila is a stepping stone before they go abroad to work. Okay, where do they live? So the first column to the left shows where many of the informal settlers live. Danger areas, these are waterways that I showed earlier, maybe beside railways. No, they live under transmission lines and in areas that are prone to landslides. These are areas that the developers do not bother to look at. No, so these are mainly the abandoned areas. Okay. They also live in areas earmarked for government infrastructure, like roads. They live there, seaports and airports, government land, like national parks, forested areas, mineral lands, and areas for priority development. These are lands that are earmarked for special projects. So the table shows a comparison between 2007 and 2011 data. How many informal settlers are there? Okay, this is another slide. Uh, they are excluded from. Many of the informal settlers do not have access to land. Okay, that's why they are forced to live where they are currently located. They do not have access to credit or loans. Uh, they even cannot have access to rental housing because many owner land houses owners of rental housing are worried, about informal settlers because they do not have constant income and they may not be able to pay the monthly rent. They are also excluded from basic services like sanitation, electricity, and water, and they are also often excluded from uh, physical spaces and even areas where you can socially gather. No, this is the situation in the Philippines, and maybe you can identify with what I'm saying. So, regarding, for example, toilet facilities, okay, the column to the left are the major river systems here in the Philippines or the waterways. And then the bottom row that is highlighted, that shows the type of toilets that they have. No, this is a measure of their capacity or standard of living. No, we look at toilets. No, so only almost 50% have water sealed toilets. The rest do not. 20% they share a toilet. No, so if you have a community, there's an area for toilets and everybody can use that. And what is noteworthy to look at is around 11.6%. They do not have a toilet. No, so how do they dispose of their waste? They just throw it to the river. And then this is also an indication of where do they derive their water supply and their power supply. No, so a large percentage, 86%, have piped water. 7% buy their water from peddlers. No, there are people who sell water in containers, and this is how some people acquire their needs for water. Then for power supply, uh, some have they're connected to the power lines, but a large, almost half, no, they share, no. So, for example, if I have a connection to power, then my neighbor would just give me his extension cord, and then that's how he will derive, no, his the power needs. Okay, this slide shows Metro Manila. It is served by several rail lines, no, light rail transit, and also hospitals. But the analysis here shows that many of the areas where the urban poor or informal settler families gather are not served, no, by these services or major services of the city. Okay, now to what makes matters worse, as earlier explained by Dean Ferdinand Manegdeg of the College of Engineering, uh, the situation the informal settler families are in is compounded by climate change. No? So you have changes in rainfall, which are now more intense. There are more typhoons that visit the Philippines are stronger and more frequent. They experience high temperatures. So what I mentioned earlier about the urban heat island, of course, many of these informal settlers are in coastal areas and alongside waterways. Therefore, they are affected, no, by sea level rise, and if there's a major typhoon, by storm surges. They are also affected by the urban environment, drainage, and flooding. Okay. So I did this slide earlier. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay, so these are the challenges, no, to human settlements. Uh, we have spiraling land values. So the real estate property goes high. It it brings about gentrification. No? Even the lower and middle income families are affected by densification. Not only the informal settlers. No, low and middle income families are affected by the higher land prices of higher cost of land and taxes, and they are forced to move out. No. Then you have urban sprawl. The cities are expanding, and there's premature conversion of agricultural land. The environment is worsening because of air pollution. Here in the Philippines, we have so many cars, so we have air pollution. Areas where the carrying capacity will or be has been exceeded. So earlier, this is related to my discussion about the ecological footprint. An environment can only take so much abuse. No? Beyond that, it will already lead to collapse. And then you have limited and declining resources such as water and electricity. We have this in the Philippines. There are some areas that do not have adequate supply of water, and we have what we call brownouts. No, uh, some areas we call it rotational brownout. Some areas would have power for several hours, and then after that, they will have no power because the power supply would be moved to another area. Okay, and then we have the worsening traffic situation. One reason is we lack transportation infrastructure. No, uh, climate change and increased exposure to hazards, and then we have conversion of agricultural lands. Earlier, we listened to our speaker who developed the community pantry, and she said that uh, the food from the provinces were being donated to the families in Metro Manila, and she was saying that uh, one reason, no, is uh, the difficulty of transporting agricultural goods to city centers. Okay. And then you have encroachment, no, into prime agricultural lands, protected forests, and marine protected areas. Because uh, in the Philippines, we lack, although we have land use planning and zoning regulations, in some cases, the government is unable to control development, and uh, thus it results in encroachment into these areas. No? And then a major problem is what we call land banking. We have huge development companies, and they are buying land, no, cheaply. This is raw land all over the country, and they are not opening the land for development. They are speculating, no. So they would fence off the property and leave it idle, no. And then many, because of this, the land supply decreases, the value of land increases, and many are left without land, no? Which is the situation of the informal settler families here in the Philippines. And because of that, there is a decrease in supply in buildable land. And as I mentioned earlier, the informal settlers and those who cannot afford to buy land are forced to occupy what we refer as the danger areas. Okay. Now, this is my last slide. Challenges of human settlements under the pandemic. So, as earlier as Professor Belga mentioned, uh, we are now, no, rethinking the merits and advantages of compact and high density areas. Okay, some people argue against this, but many cite, no, the example of Hong Kong and Singapore. These are also areas with high density, compact cities, and they were able to control, no, the spread of the virus. Therefore, maybe it's not necessarily compact and high density areas. Okay. Then the second is reintroduction of satellite cities that are linked to urban centers. So with the digitalization software, the work from home paradigm, maybe cities of the future will now encourage this. And you can just have one urban center and several satellite cities that are linked by bus transportation, like railway systems. And then you can just work, in the suburbs. But the information technology infrastructure should be well developed. And then you have new concepts of spatial patterning because of the pandemic. Uh, Maybe the architects would be more concerned about this. How do you now plan interior spaces? And then lastly is the densification. No? So earlier we were talking about densification or increasing density in cities. Now, because of the pandemic, we are now looking at the densification, how to lower the density in, especially in congested, blighted, and often informal areas. These are the informal settlements. So I'm sure the lecturers who will follow me, the lecturers who will follow with me can give you a better understanding of the densification. Okay, so this is my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Yap. I think there were faculty who graduated from other Japanese universities who think theirs is the best. Anyway, sir, thank you very much for that very critical, comprehensive, yet very concise presentation about the current global situation of our cities and settlements and their future challenges. What really resonated with me, sir, was your message about slowing down, being mindful of our consumption as humans, and even being mindful of the methods of production that we utilize. So generally tempering our greed. So I agree that a moral compass should always be integrated and highlighted in any development. Your discussion was very grounding and very apt as the starting topic for our session. So just a few reminders for our participants. You may use the chat box feature of Zoom for any insights that you may want to share or any question that you may want to give to our speakers. If you have any related experiences in your countries, please feel free to share them via our chat box. Also, a generous shower of reactions or emojis will be greatly appreciated. So we encourage you to have a lively discussion with your peers and the organizers despite this remote setup. So I hope I can see a few thumbs up or hearts, no, or applause for our speaker, Dr. Yap. Thank you so much, everyone. So moving forward with our program, our next speaker will provide a more in-depth discussion about how communities and people's organizations are actively shaping cities and staking their claim on sustainable human settlements. The next topic will be featuring participatory planning and design for socialized housing. Joining us is a young architect actively engaged in community development. She graduated from the University of the Philippines in Diliman in 2016 with a Bachelor of Science in Architecture degree. She is a full-time staff for the Research and Publication Program of TAO-Pilipinas, a women-led NGO composed of planners, architects, engineers, and environmental scientists. She worked extensively on project documentation and producing information, education, and communication materials for TAO's partner communities. She is now the team leader for 2 area projects. One is the site upgrading of a high-density urban sprawl development in Taytay, Rizal, and the other is a high-density housing to be constructed in Santa Mesa, Manila, both for the resettlement of families residing near or along waterways and roads in Binondo. Our speaker is actively working with partner communities composed of informal settler families on the road to attaining security of tenure. Let's welcome Architect Theresse Julia from TAO-Pilipinas. Go ahead, Architect Theresse.
Thank you for the introduction, Architect Doug. I will now be sharing my screen. Do you see the full
Yes,
screen version?
yes,
Okay.
we're able to see your
Okay.
slide.
Thank you. So, good day to all. I shall be discussing the participatory planning and design for socialized housing from the perspective of TAO-Pilipinas. So, the presentation contains socialized housing in the Philippines, participatory planning and design, overview of TAO-Pilipinas, some case examples of applying the approach, and some lessons and insights from TAO's experience. So the first one will tackle socialized housing in the Philippines. So adequate housing is a basic human right. For housing to be deemed adequate, there must be security of tenure, basic utilities and infrastructure, access to livelihood opportunities and basic services, and it must be affordable, habitable, and culturally appropriate and adequate. So it's more than just providing the physical dwelling. Rather, adequate housing encompasses building communities that ultimately enable people to thrive and attain human development. So, in relation to this, the housing backlog in the Philippines, or the housing need, is about 6.57 million units by 2022. So this gap sums up the accumulated needs of the informal sector and the future or recurrent needs of the formal sector, including the repair and replacement of housing units. The government implements socialized housing projects to address this need. So what exactly is socialized housing? So these are housing programs and projects covering houses and lots undertaken by the government or the private sector for underprivileged and homeless citizens. So in addressing the housing backlog, the government's dominant approach to socialized housing has been the top-down off-city resettlement of informal settler families with the private sector producing the shelter units. So we'll highlight 4 sustainability issues encountered in socialized housing. The first one is the low occupancy rate of housing units. So a lot of the units end up being unoccupied. There's also a low retention rate of beneficiaries. So they either rent or resell the units or eventually move out and return to informality. There's also a low collection rate of amortization. So only a few are able to pay their monthly mortgage loan. And lastly, we have unsafe and deteriorating housing units due to substandard construction. And there are even resettlement sites in floodable and landslide-prone areas near a fault line. So these are just some of the issues. So we can see here a partial problem 3, if you're familiar. We highlighted here our sustainability issues, and we're just gonna trace the causal relationship. So we'll see the cause and effect of different factors that contribute to the issues encountered in socialized housing in the Philippines. So first off, the low retention rate and low occupancy rate. So perhaps these are because there's a lack of sense of ownership in the housing sites. The housing design is inappropriate, so they don't respond to the needs and preferences of the beneficiaries. There is a dismantling of the social capital or the network of relationships of the beneficiaries as they are split apart in the resettlement process, or it's unaffordable, or the housing units are deteriorating and unsafe. So let's focus on unaffordability, which also perhaps could cause the low collection rate. They aren't able to pay their dues because they can't afford the housing unit. So this is perhaps because there is a lack of access to services, utilities, infrastructure, and economic opportunities, or perhaps there is a lack of social preparation of the beneficiaries. So for example, they did not have a savings scheme or a livelihood program. And this is perhaps because there's a lack of community organizing And on the other hand, for the lack of access to services, perhaps they were resettled to off-city peri-urban sites. And the relocation to these peri-urban sites perhaps was due to the lack of inventory of idle public land, and definitely because of the high cost of urban land. And perhaps there's also a lack of community participation, because had there been involvement, active and meaningful involvement from the participants, they would probably not opt for the off-city resettlement. So this is just an exercise to see the relationship between the different factors. So it's not, it's only indicative and by no means exhaustive. There are maybe other factors in play. So this is just to illustrate that the issues are complex and deeply rooted. But ultimately, we can see that a lot of the issues stem from the lack of community participation. So which leads us to participatory planning and design. So what exactly is community participation? So it's the engagement of communities in decisions about things that affect their lives. So it's not the same as consultation, which has a more passive nature. Rather, communities play an active part and have a significant degree of power and influence. So we recognize that there are various levels or degree of participation. So first one, the lowest level, the information, where there's only one-way flow of information. So it's like public relations, perhaps. The next one is a consultation, wherein authorities ask community for opinions. So more like asking for their feedbacks. And the next one is partnership, which is a higher degree of influence, where work and decision-making are shared. And lastly, self-help is the highest degree. Usually the community has a strong organization and is able to control various stages of the project. So what then is participatory planning and design? So it is an approach that actively involves community members in the planning and design process to help ensure that as its end users, the design product meets their needs and is usable. So how do we achieve this? The plan or design ideas are drawn out from the community. Informed decisions and consensus are made by the community. And we also use formal and informal ways for people to have meaningful participation or input to plan or design. So why then do we apply participatory planning and design in socialized housing? So we have basis for that. It's not just baseless application. So for one, the right to adequate housing notes that participation, the right to adequate housing also encompasses participation in housing-related decision-making at the national and community levels. So we also have various laws in the Philippines that recognize and support people's participation in planning and governance. So these are only a few of the laws that recognize that. And lastly, we have the Sustainable Development Goal, in particular, Target 11.3, that cites by 2030, we should enhance inclusive and sustainable urbanization and capacity for participatory, integrated, and sustainable human settlement planning and management in all countries. So housing is an integral component of human settlements planning. Also, why do we apply participatory planning and design in socialized housing? Because informed participation gives people access to technical or specialized knowledge. So for example, in architecture and planning, that can lead to better decisions by communities. This results to more appropriate solutions and effective use of resources. So participation has the potential to spark community activation, foster collective ownership, and shared responsibility. Thus, enhancing social cohesion and promotion of sustainability of the project. So because they have a certain degree of sense of ownership, they are more likely to ensure the actualization of their project to their satisfaction. Also, local people's participation can bring additional resources to a project and at the same time give opportunities for people to develop skills and networks, which leads to empowerment and added economic value. And lastly, collaboration between local people and professionals improves the quality of planning and design because there is greater insight from the indigenous knowledge of the community with respect to their needs, problems, and possible solutions. So where does TAO fit in all of these? So let's have a brief overview of the organization. So TAO-Pilipinas is a women-led nonprofit NGO of built environment professionals, so architects, planners, engineers, providing technical assistance to organized rural and urban poor communities with shelter-related needs in community planning, development, and management. So our partner communities are those who usually cannot afford the professional services of architects and engineers. And it was established in 2001 by a multidisciplinary group of individuals who wanted to have a more socially responsive professional practice, considering architecture, for example, is considered an elite profession to a certain degree. There's a certain conception like that. So the vision of TAO-Pilipinas is the development of sustainable human settlements. To realize this vision, TAO has a threefold mission: to promote the participatory approach, to enhance the technical knowledge and skills of stakeholders, to translate meaningful participation and technical knowledge gained in planning and design of sustainable communities. And our goal is working towards improved living and housing conditions, improved living and housing situation, and climate and disaster resilience for the poor. So this map shows the geographical coverage of TAO projects. Initially, they were all in the National Capital Region in the earlier years, but have since expanded to cover various parts of the country. So our current 3-year project focuses on technical assistance in Bulacan, Manila, and Rizal, as highlighted in the map. So the text in dark blue. And over the years, TAO-Pilipinas has engaged with various groups and institutions as project and network partners. So we have major funding partners, community associations, NGO partners, network affiliations, government agencies, local government units, the academe, and private sector consultants. And TAO's range of services can be categorized into 6. So the people's planning and shelter assistance, professional and consultancy services, capacity building, post-disaster rehabilitation, research and publications, and young professionals formation and continuing professional development. So for the case examples of TAO's engagement with participatory planning and design, we shall tackle 3. So this is the ideal flow of activities in participatory planning and design construction process. However, since we'll only be tackling the planning and design phase, we'll focus on number 3 and 5 in applying to our case examples. So the first one is the Masagana resettlement, which focuses on subdivision planning. It's located in the Masagana resettlement site in Barangay Pulong Yantok in Angat, Bulacan. So the families of Masagana formerly lived in the midst of a fish pond in Barangay Tanzana Bota. So the 2 photos on the left. And over the years, the area became permanently inundated, especially during typhoons. So the community eventually decided to find another resettlement area. So the community chose the off-city peri-urban site in this case. So the project stakeholders for the project is the Masagana of Angat Homeowners Association, the Barangay local government unit of Pulong Yantok, TAO-Pilipinas, Asian Coalition for Housing Rights, and Salabit. So those two are international nonprofits. So the activity objectives for the subdivision planning is to formulate a site development scheme for their settlement site in Nga, to determine the sizes and layout of lots and prioritize community spaces or facilities to be included in their settlement site. And their design needs and preferences and affordability levels are considered in the proposed lot sizes and house unit designs. So for the participatory process, they had pre-workshop capacity building activities before the workshop. That's why it's called pre. So they had hazards and resources mapping, land research and titling, and orientation on the Batas Pambansa 220 standards. So the implementing rules and regulations of Batas Pambansa 220 stipulate the guidelines, minimum standards, and technical requirements for the design, planning, and development of economic and socialized housing projects. So the workshop process involved the following sessions or activities. They had a plenary discussion on open spaces and community facilities, subdivision layout planning workshops, wherein 6 groups created their schemes. They also had a selection of top 2 preferred schemes. And then they had a community action planning. Just additional photos. So to conduct the workshop, the tools included a lot plan drawn at 1:200 meter scale. So it's a model making kit. So they also had the site planning toolkits of 2D cutouts. They also had guide questions for the planning workshop and the community action planning charts. So the outputs and the use of outputs include these. TAO-Pilipinas developed the community schemes to come up with technical drawings for the subdivision layout, which were presented to Masagana in validation meetings. So these were the outputs of the participatory planning and design of the Masagana resettlement. So our second case example, we have the Manikani Sustainable Shelter, which is part of Project Pagbangon. And the focus was on house design. So its location is in Manikani Island in Giwan, Eastern Samar. And the activity was the house design workshop. So the Manikani Sustainable Shelter is a component of Project Pagbangon, which is a post-Yolanda rehabilitation project. So international name, the Typhoon Haiyan, that made landfall in 2013. One of the most powerful tropical cyclones ever recorded. And Eastern Samar was one of the most devastated. So the project stakeholders of the shelter component, because Project Pagbangon has had other components like evacuation, construction of evacuation center, and other non-infrastructure components. So for this project, they had 40 households in the 4 barangays of Manikani, the municipal local government unit of Giwan, the barangay LGUs of the four barangay LGUs in Manikani. And we had international nonprofits, which includes PNPI, PDH Germany, Christian Aid, and then TAO-Pilipinas is also a stakeholder. And we had engineering consultants, Page Tourist Solutions, and AMH Philippines. Activity objectives. So the activity was the Sustainable and Disaster Resilient Settlements Planning Workshop. So a 2-day capacity building activity for housing beneficiaries to enable them to propose housing solutions and make informed decisions. So they also had pre-design workshop sessions to equip the participants to allow them to make informed decisions. The pre-design workshop sessions were conducted for the participants to gain the following capacities. So to know the basic principles of sustainable development, disaster risk reduction, and disaster resilience, characteristics of settlements that are sustainable and disaster resilient. The next one is to identify the safe zones for building structures in Mancani Island based on the assessment of a geologist. And lastly, to know the considerations for planning and designing settlements in small islands and coastal areas. So, sustainable house design concepts and disaster resilient house features. Also, other sessions included identifying local good practices in house design and construction and disaster risk reduction. They also discussed the options on alternative building materials for the housing projects, which include a lot of acronyms. So the CEB, ICEB, CIB, wood wall, cement board, micro-concrete roof tile, and bamboo. I think CEB is compressed earth blocks, and interlocking compressed earth blocks. And yeah. And the last pre-design workshop session is learning the retrofitting methods to strengthen existing houses in Mancani against earthquake, typhoon, and flooding hazards. So the actual house design workshop was conducted with the objective of drawing out the needs and preferences of the beneficiaries and to come up with the housing design scheme agreed upon by all beneficiaries. So the house design workshop included the discussion of beneficiary selection process and the results. So again, Batas Pambansa 220 standards, examples of sustainable and disaster resilient house designs, shelter unit design, which is a model making exercise with a scale of 1:30 meters, presentation of proposed house designs, and they had a plenary discussion on the selection of preferred house design and the discussion of final design considerations. So the tools they used for the house design workshop included materials for lecture input, so presentations and handouts in Filipino, 3D model of house on stilts, hazards map on Manikani printed on tarpaulin, as you can see in the image, posters of Batas Pambansa standards also in the image, posters of alternative building materials, 3D design toolkits in 1:30 meter scale for workshop groups, and guide questions for the groups. So these were their outputs in 2014. So the outputs and use of outputs include the house design features that they agreed on included a 2-bedroom house, a floor area of not less than 22.5 square meters, space layout and roof design of Group 2, reinforced concrete structure, walls made of concrete hollow blocks or interlocking compressed earth blocks, hip or gable roofing using galvanized iron sheets or micro-concrete roof tiles, and raised on-grade flooring. So these are some of the pictures. Okay, so the third case example is the PPD HOA high density housing, which includes the site planning, building and house unit design in Santa Mesa, Manila. So People's Planville Homeowners Association is an alliance of community associations composed of 200 informal settler families currently residing near or along tributaries and roads in Binondo, Manila. They plan to relocate in Santa Mesa to their proposed high-density housing. So the project stakeholders include People's Planville HOA, community organizers, Multiversity, Foundation for the Development of the Urban Poor, TAO-Pilipinas. So these three are the partner NGOs, and we have the government agency, Social Housing Finance Corporation, and engineering consultants. So we also had pre-workshop capacity building activities, which include visit to the housing site, orientation workshop on planning standards and design considerations, and a visit to existing high-density housing projects. So these were the 4 that they visited. So for the workshop proper, the objectives include serving as a community consultation to create the technical plans for site development and building design, to guide the community to agree on a design scheme that will encompass the needs, desires, and capacity to pay of the community. And lastly, to extend the knowledge necessary for community to understand the processes needed to create plans and designs, and to help them make informed decisions regarding the housing project. So the planning and design workshop included a review of BP 220 standards again, clustering concepts in high-density housing, gendered spatial considerations, discussing the affordability levels of the community, a discussion on cost comparison for building construction and site development, understanding technical drawings, site analysis, site planning and building design layout. So this is the model making workshop, as well as the residential unit design and layout activity, and the criteria for evaluation of preliminary scheme selection, the actual preliminary scheme selection, and a validation workshop. So the tools are the materials for the lecture input, posters of Batas Pambansa 220, design toolkits for the workshop group. So there were 2D and 3D toolkits. And again, guide questions for the groups, and printed copy of digitized schemes for validation. So the output is a 5-story building with 2 commercial units, 200 residential units, 1 multi-purpose hall, integration of rainwater harvesting system, proposed use of solar photovoltaic system for communal spaces, and the use of steel reinforced concrete panels for walls. So this is the proposed project. So lastly, for the lessons and insights in applying the participatory approach, the role of the technical professional as a facilitator of community participation in planning and design process. So it's a shift from the traditional role as the creator, author, provider to that of an enabler to accommodate community participation. So the important skill sets of a technical professional facilitator includes learning to design with instead of design for, creating the mechanisms to extract creativity or design input from the community people, which is very difficult. Translating or interpreting the design input from the community into a feasible design solution that reflects the community's aspirations, ideals, or values. Communicating technical knowledge to the non-technical people, and respect, empathy, patience, and perseverance. So the challenges we encounter is that participation takes resources, commitment, creativity, and time to develop. So yeah, commitment, resources, time, creativity, and we have to accommodate cultural and language needs, enabling people to provide quality input and usable feedback. On the other hand, the advantages of using the participatory approach, the results of the workshop give evidence that the plans communities help create are viable. It creates community ownership of the design. It helps the community understand design options and project trade-offs, and can enhance the level of trust in local governments willing to accept community input. And lastly, the knowledge transfer, which gives people access to information and tools that empower them to convey information, develop their own ideas, and evaluate proposals from others. So I hope I was able to convey the value of participation in socialized housing and in building sustainable and inclusive human settlements. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Architect Therese. Your presentation makes me really miss visiting and working with the communities, and also miss the very strong and empowered ladies of TAO-Pilipinas too. I can say firsthand that it is truly a big challenge working with people's organizations, advocating for socialized housing in the Philippines. And I was looking at the issues encountered in socialized housing that you presented. It looked like a complex web. There are just really a lot of hurdles that need to be cleared. So thank you for highlighting also the fact that the people needs to be directly involved in the planning and design of their communities if we want housing programs to succeed. And we as design professionals often are merely facilitators, helping them visualize and realize their vision of housing. So I hope our participants noted the creative tools that you used when working with the communities. I particularly saw the models, the posters, the design toolkits, and the 3D maps. They were really very interesting. And I must say that your passion and dedication and in helping communities realize their dreams of having decent and affordable homes is truly commendable. So before we
Thank
move
you.
forward, thank you, Therese. Thank you so much, Therese. You're an inspiration to all the young people here. So before we move forward to our third topic, we would like to request our speakers to be on standby for our open forum later. A few questions are already coming in through our direct chat box. So our third topic will be about sustainable and disaster resilient building technologies and systems. It will be presented by a civil engineer by training and profession. Our speaker obtained his bachelor's and master's degree in civil engineering at the University of the Philippines Diliman campus and his PhD in civil engineering at the University of Auckland in New Zealand. He is currently an assistant professor and the deputy director for academic programs of the UP Institute of Civil Engineering. I am pleased to introduce Assistant Professor Deocel Harold Aquino. Dr. Aquino, the screen is yours.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm seeing a lot of different universities are represented here. So wherever you are, I hope you're learning a lot, and I hope that so far you've taken interest in the topics presented. So this morning in the Philippines, I've chosen to speak about sustainable buildings, the technologies surrounding it, and the impacts that the construction and the building industry has on the environment. I'd like to start this talk by inviting you to join me at Slido, or join me in Slido. So if you can use a QR code to get to Slido, or if you can go to slido.com and type in the code as shown on the screen. We'll have a brief activity. So we'll have 2 questions that I'll ask you to answer. So yeah, I think it's also on the next slide. So my first question is, can you please describe to me your dream house, or describe to the group your dream house? Doesn't have to be too long, maybe some salient features that you want in your dream house. So again, you can go to slido.com and type in the code pound sign 551919, or you can simply click on, or you can simply use the QR code. So I'm seeing so far disaster resilient. I'm seeing maximizes natural light. I'm seeing a moving house. So maybe a trailer, a tiny house that could be moved. A minimalist one, small and compact, functional, sturdy, inexpensive and affordable. Come on, I'd like to see more of, yeah, and then let's try to build a good picture of what you want for your house. White painted, in a safe community, cozy and warm, comfy, well ventilated, yeah, so functional, big windows with natural elements. Does anyone want a swimming pool in their house? Would anyone want easy to maintain with a small farm? I'm glad that this is an interesting bunch, and I do really hope if this is what all of us want, I'm seeing a very good future for the earth. Thank you for participating in this first question. My second question is, what word or words would you associate with sustainability? Again, what word or words would you associate with sustainability? It's in the same poll. Circular, future generations, renewable, can survive in a pandemic, vegan, flourish, move forward. I guess we're on the same page. Keep it coming, everyone. I'm seeing two keywords here, renewable and circular. Yeah. Eco-friendly, efficient. Environmentally kind, feels right. Feels right. Future-oriented, adaptable, inclusive, less waste, long-lasting, long-term solution. Tempering your greed, I like that. Because much of the things that we'll talk about in this short session will revolve around these concerns that you placed. If I were to associate sustainability with just one word, I would probably associate it with the word future. Why future? Because everything that we do in the present has an impact on the future. And you mentioned it in the keywords, right? So you mentioned future oriented, you mentioned to flourish means for us to be able to maintain what we have and moving on to the future. You mentioned move forward, you mentioned long lasting and long term. So these words have a lot to do with the future. And so everything that we do at the moment, everything that we do at present, so whether we eat or the clothes we wear, the transportation mode that we take going to or from a mall or maybe to school, to work. So these all have impacts to the environment. Even your education, your healthcare, your housing, they all have impacts. And these impacts arise from a couple of things. So in every activity that we do, in everything that we consume, it all starts from natural resource extraction. And then much of these, except for those that, of course, like vegetables that we normally do not need to process. So much of the things, much of the commodities that we use would have to go through a production process, which also entails footprint on the environment. And then when we consume it, and then afterwards we end up with waste and pollution. So pretty sure most of you have encountered the term ecological footprint. So what it measures is the ability of the earth basically to sustain our consumption of resources and waste generation. So as mentioned in the previous slide, we consume energy by means of transportation, your cooling and heating devices at home, your use of mobile devices, laptops, etc., electronics. In your settlement, we consume resources from the earth, and then we also produce wastes and the food that we eat, etc. So we consume the carbon stock of the earth, and at the same time we release carbon dioxide to the environment. We consume water, and then we generate wastewater. So this is a very salient concern that is associated with our everyday lives. Not only that, also it's not only about us, it's also about those who lack access to what we are able to enjoy. So in the process of providing houses to those who are homeless, in the process of producing food to those who do not have access to food, or in the process of giving an equitable benefit to everyone, we still have to consider if our earth can sustain. And definitely it has to be equitable. It has to be a consensus effort by everyone for us to be able to address the issue, because we share this current earth that we have not only with 7.9 billion others, I think that's the global population estimate, but we also share this earth with the generations to come. So in trying to think about how you will live today, we have to consider those who have less or who lacks access to what we currently have. And we also have to think about those who in the future generation. We do not want them. I hope you recognize where this screenshot came from. Can anyone identify which movie this was from, or this is from? You type it on the chat box. We do not wish. Yes, it's from Wall-E. Thank you. We do not wish our future generation to have a world that would look like this. We want them to have the things that we enjoy now, or even more, and we want the generations who will come after them to have the same access to a decent lifestyle. Now, in 1987, specifically in October 1987, a book called Our Common Future, also known as the Brundtland Report, was published. So incidentally, that was also the month I was born, and in that book they defined what sustainable development means. So sustainable development means meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability for the future generation to meet their own needs. And so yes, we have to think about addressing our own needs. We have to think about addressing everyone on Earth's needs, but we also have to think about, will there be anything left for the future generations to enjoy, or to at least meet their needs? And so as early as 3 decades back, as early as 2.5 decades back, it's always been in our purview. It's always been in our purview to think about our current lifestyle, our current um, consumption, our development, to include in the perspective the concern for the future generations to meet their needs. Now, my topic is specifically about sustainable buildings. And so we'll talk about that. So before you have a building, so I have in my background the Institute of Civil Engineering building. So before you have a building, it has to go through a lot of process. And normally, if we think about the impacts of a building, we would normally only think about what happens when we occupy the building. Does it consume a lot of energy? Are we able to save on water? Or maybe if we stretch a bit, we would think about the impacts of construction. But we also have to look into the perspective that the life cycle of a building doesn't start there. It starts with it starts from the time that materials are extracted from the Earth's crust to the time that these materials are manufactured to make them useful to build a structure, and ends with even the demolition would also have an impact on the environment. So if we are to just categorize into two, so among the life cycle impacts of buildings include, so under construction materials, we have the impacts of material extraction, the impacts of production, transporting it from the manufacturing site to the construction site, and then we would also have to think about wastage and durability. And then within building operations, and these are not exhaustive, and just to give you something to think about. So within building operation, we have to think about energy use, we have to think about water use, we have to think about the wastes that we generate when using the building. And then we also have to think about the sustainability of the site. So these are the common materials that we use for construction. So we have steel, we have aggregates, we have wood, we have cement. And can anyone guess what fraction of all the materials extracted from the earth do we use for construction? Can anyone type it in the chat box? A good guess? Give me a rough number, maybe a percentage. How much percentage? 70%. Very, very close. So based on a study in 2011, and this is still back in 2011, approximately 50% of all the materials that we extract from the earth are used in construction. And I think Professor Edra's numbers are even closer at present. So the rest. I agree that this is in 2011, and since then we have bulked up on construction activities. Most of the developing countries have doubled up on their construction and industrialization, and I believe that the current number is a lot bigger. So for us to be able to have our cement, concrete, and aggregate cement, concrete, and aggregates, we would normally have to dig up mountains, lots of mountains. Imagine, imagine the volume of of one building that you have. How much of that would be from the aggregates that we need to quarry? How much of that would we need to get from the clinkers that we use to produce cement? And let's also get started. Let's also acknowledge that we use a lot of steel. We use a lot of steel, which also has to be mined from, again, from mountains. So imagine in exchange for the buildings that we have, we really have to trim down a lot of natural features. And then we also use lumber. We also use a lot of lumber, and this is regulated because as we know, if we cut down a lot of trees, then it not only results in, well, release of carbon, it may also result in the in aggravated or exacerbated natural hazards, which we do not want. If you cut trees that are supposed to hold water upstream up on watersheds, then you would have flooding, landslides down the line. And so we have to regulate this. But can you imagine, with the volume of construction that we have at the moment, it really will be difficult unless we rethink our ways. We would consume more than the environment can replenish. Oops. Now let me give you one background on cement production. So when you, as I mentioned earlier, for us to have cement, we have to quarry the clinker and also all the other raw materials like gypsum from quarrying side. So during the quarrying, we use approximately, we use approximately 40 megajoules per ton of our quarry, and in the process we release 3 kilograms per ton of the quarry. When we start crushing, of course, because when we quarry these are still big rocks, or maybe chunks of or blocks of quarried soil or rocks, and we still have to subject it to crushing. So during crushing, we also still use energy or fuel to crush it into smaller, refinable and easily transportable materials that we bring to the plant. In the process, we use approximately 5 megajoules of energy, and we release approximately 1 kilogram of carbon dioxide into the air. Again, that's for a ton of product. During transport, again, we would incur, or we would still again use 40 megajoules of energy and release 7 kilograms of carbon dioxide. And then you go to the raw mill. So where we use because this has to be mechanized, because we need the clinker to be more or less uniform so that it's easy to process them, or it's easy for them to react when brought to the kiln. But much of the energy that we use and much of the carbon that we release to the atmosphere happens during the heating, because we need to get the limestone, the raw material, to react at high heat, and so you will use a lot of energy there. And at the same time, if you at the same time, in the process of heating, you use a lot of fossil fuels, so you release carbon there. And also in the chemical reaction of converting the raw materials into the clinker or into cement, that chemical process also release carbon dioxide into the air. And so this much. And then you have cooling, and then you have the cement mill because you have to mix it with other materials such as gypsum. And so can you imagine for a ton of cement that you produce, you use approximately 3,895 megajoules of energy and release as much as 925 kilogram of carbon dioxide. Now imagine in the context of most countries that are industrializing, or most countries amping up on their infrastructure. So we can only imagine how much the impact on the environment would be. However, I'm not here to discourage you from, because I know that again, Professor Edra commented that she feels guilty being an architect in the construction industry. I suppose my talk is I'm here to also talk about how there's still hope, and that it's not just about the impacts. So people would rationalize that there's actually a need to build because we need this infrastructure for us to be able to develop the country economically. And so if construction is inevitable, then the next best thing we can do is to reduce the impacts of construction. Correct? And so some of the emerging technologies that we have now are geared towards that. And I hope that if there are engineers or engineering students or architecture students in this group, we could be encouraged to work on research related to that. For instance, if we can capture the carbon dioxide released during the reaction of calcite into the clinker, then we are able to capture, the current technology is able to capture approximately 95 to 100% of that. If we're able to substitute clinker, then we are able to reduce by 70 to 90% for that particular phase. And one of the things that the cement industry in the Philippines is currently working on at the moment. So interestingly, I was in a meeting prior to this. I was in a meeting with a cement manufacturing company in the country, and one of the things they're trying to explore and are currently piloting is the use of waste as fuel for their kilns. And so if we are able to replace some fossil fuel and we use some solid wastes instead, then that is able to contribute to the reduction of course, carbon dioxide emission, and we also contribute to reducing the waste that goes into the landfill. So there's hope, and these are just some of the things that we can do, and by no means exhaustive. And among the things being explored, as I mentioned, is carbon capture in cement plants. So we try to capture the carbon dioxide before it gets released, and we store it into, of course, carbon in its own, or in maybe solid form, is not really harmful. It is carbon dioxide that is released to the atmosphere that we have to look out for, because it is a greenhouse gas. So after cement manufacturing, it doesn't stop there. So we mix it with concrete. We mix it with aggregates and water to form concrete, and in the process, we also release carbon dioxide. And then when these concrete mix is transported to the project site, again we use fuel, and then we use it. So these are the things, and I'm showing to you guys the entire process, so that we'll know where and how to intervene, or we could probably think of ways, and I believe there's a lot of different ways by which we can intervene, similar to the technologies I presented earlier. Now, it doesn't stop there. So we talk about the impacts of the construction. Well, the impacts of construction in regards to, let's say, materials extraction. And we also already discussed the impacts of construction when it comes to the processing of these materials. We also talked about the transportation of these materials to the project site. So they all have an adverse impact to the environment. We also need to talk about how the construction industry is also wasteful. And so in the traditional construction sense, we use a lot of formworks for you to be able to build a building to its shape. Then you use a lot of wood to act as formwork, so that we can pour concrete in. In the process of course, when steel is fabricated, they're fabricated into standard sizes. In the Philippines, it's 3 meters or 6 meters, but normally the cuts that you need to use in a project would have you would have to trim a portion of it. But it all boils down to maximizing the use, or optimizing the trimmings, optimizing the cutting list. And some of the contractors these days are already adopting the use of reusable formworks in lieu of these disposable formworks. So yes, we not only need to talk about the use of materials, but also minimizing the wastage in construction projects. Now, this diagram shows to us the cycle that we normally take, and the interventions that we can actually do in light of reducing emissions, in light of reducing the materials that we extract from the earth. So if you can see at the center, there's a reuse, recover, and recycle. And I guess this second diagram would actually give us more detail on that. Also, somebody mentioned earlier the concept of being circular, and one of the things that make it circular in the process of using or extracting resources from the earth is the recycling, remanufacturing, reusing, and recovering of these. So this sort of gives us a picture of what circular economy in the context of production and construction. All right, so yes, among the things that we can do, to reduce the impacts of construction is consider reusing old construction materials. of course, you may you may think that so if we reuse it, it may be um, it may have an adverse impact on the quality of the building, and so of course we need to do a quality check before we reuse it. And then there are also recycled construction materials. So a lot of studies, and I've been browsing through Scopus and Web of Science for research on innovative materials. And a lot of them are about trying to harness waste materials and converting them into construction materials. So stuff like plastic bricks, or as you can see here, it's a rice hull block. Um, I know a lot of research is ongoing within my institute, trying to use shredded plastic as reinforcement for bricks or for concrete. And so there, we can think of recycling in the context of construction materials. One of the things that is normally used in the context of reducing demolition waste is exploring the use of recycled concrete aggregates. And so when we demolish an existing structure, we are able to mine heaps or tons of concrete wastes. And from these concrete wastes, actually, are embedded aggregates or gravel. And so we are exploring on ways to use those in a new construction project. In that way, we reduce the waste produced. Now it only has to be balanced against the energy that you would use to actually extract or make it into useful form. We are also in search of renewable materials. So architect Julia earlier pointed out that one of the things that they considered in their project in Giwan in eastern Samar was the compressed earth blocks. And so since the soil regenerates more quickly than most of the other extractable materials, this is one of the things that we can explore. Also, one of the things that could be tapped would be bamboo, because it grows really fast. Now, maybe at the moment, a lot of studies have yet to be conducted in utilizing bamboo as a construction material because of strength issues. So we need to consider the appropriate applications where we can use it. We need to consider how we can further strengthen its durability and reliability when used as structural members. So yeah, but there is promise in the use of bamboo. Now, going back to the life cycle impacts of buildings, we will also look into the impacts in the form of building operation. So typically, carbon emissions in buildings are classified in the form of embodied carbon, meaning these are the carbon emissions associated with the use, transportation, and installation of building materials. So the hollow blocks, the steel, the fiber boards, etc. And then there's operational carbon, which takes into account the emissions from the use of building energy. Among the things that we can consider when talking about minimizing the impacts of building materials, number one is the use of eco-friendly building materials. By eco-friendly, so not only would it be recycled or maybe reused, Eco-friendly in the sense that it does not emit toxic substances or volatile in the context of interior materials. It should not emit volatile organic compounds, which may be a health hazard to the occupants. In terms of lighting, we may explore the use of more energy efficient lighting, or also the concept of natural maximizing the use of natural lighting. And I believe some of you mentioned that in our earlier survey as part of your dream house. Solar panels to augment our on-grid electricity source, household water conversion. So what is already used may be used for another purpose. Let's say for flushing toilets, you may use water that was already used to wash hands. When turbines, similar to solar panels, aim to minimize our dependence on grid supplied power, which in a lot of countries are still quite dependent on fossil fuel. But if you live in countries, that mostly source their energy from renewable source, and that's excellent, and that's well and good. The next step is to try to minimize your energy consumption. I know in New Zealand, where I did my PhD, much of the energy resource is derived from renewable energy source. And then you have to think about sustainable insulation. So in temperate countries, so some of you some of you reside in temperate countries, and so heating is an issue. For those in the tropical countries, keeping the temperature inside of the structure comfortable is the bigger issue, and so insulation plays a very important part. And the use of energy efficient appliances, and then rainwater harvesting, particularly for those who receive rains a lot. So some simple technologies that are already pervasive, but maybe quite overlooked in construction, is the use of a dual flush toilet. So dual flush toilet, as you may be familiar with, has a separate flush for um, for um, for the different types of waste that we produce. So when urinating or when excreting, when yeah. So it saves approximately 2/3 of the water consumption by regular toilets, or something that we consider. And the good thing with this is that it's almost the difference in the price isn't a lot. It's very small. Now, one of the things that I'd like to point out is that it's not just about the building itself. It's not just about the building itself. It also has a lot to do with the access to the building. Imagine if you have a building, a house with all these features, but you have to drive a long drive and use a lot of fuel to get to that house. So it sort of cancels the impact. And so one of the hallmarks of a well-planned, sustainable housing structure would be that it would be accessible by public transport. And I know that this in most cases it's not really a very what do you call it? A personal decision. So it's influenced by government policies. But I'm hopeful because many of you may find themselves in policy making positions, and so please consider that it's not just about the technologies that we have inside the building. It's also about the sustainability of siting where your building is. It's also about so it's also about minimizing the need for transportation. And if I may introduce you very briefly the concept of complete communities. So a complete community is a community where you'd have most of the things that the person would need there. So you wouldn't have to travel for long distance to get to school or to get to work and then travel the same distance back. Because within the community you have that. You wouldn't have to travel far to get to get to the grocery because there's such a facility in the community. So that in that sense it minimizes our carbon emissions. Now, I'm close to the end of my presentation. I'd like to point out that sustainability is not simply about being environmentally friendly. Yes, it's an integral facet of it. It's a very important facet of it. But having said that, so aside from thinking of the impacts of our choices to the planet, we also have to think about the people. So many of these choices will involve the well-being of people, and so we have to think about that in our choices. Well, from the smallest things such as the comfort that they're able to get, but also stuff like access to livelihood, to education. We need to think about that if we want to aim for sustainability. And then we also have to think about the economy. We have to think about the affordability. And let me give you a few examples. So, and this is more of something to think about. So what we normally the argument towards the argument for using or going for more energy efficient appliances is that actually you save in the longer run, correct? So you save in the longer run, despite the fact that you would have to spend more at the onset or upfront. And true enough, if you try to calculate the economics of it, you'll have a good benefit cost ratio, or you'll get to have a good internal rate of return. Having said that, in the process of incorporating the principle that it has to be accessible to people, we have to think about reducing or eliminating the barriers that would prevent those in the less fortunate sectors of our community to have access to these. Well, most of the low-income earners would have access, of course, to the cheaper technologies, and in the process would have to pay higher in terms of the electricity cost. Also, even if we tell them that okay, you'll probably save more if you purchase this and that in the long run, but if they do not have, or if they already lack the resources to provide for their families' subsistence, then they could not think of further investments that would result in future savings if you have to think about the present first, right? So these are the things that I believe these are the issues that we still have to confront these days. But having said that, so if you compare the costs of incandescent bulb and CFL, which is the middle ground, and also the lead bulb, the incandescent bulb is approximately like 10 to 20% of the cost of the of the lead bulb. Yes, it tells us that we may be able to save a lot on the long run because of the lower wattage, meaning lower electricity bill. And because of the longer lifespan, we wouldn't have to buy after so many years. Now, something that I challenge you to think about is how do we make these accessible to those people who have less or who have to think about their food and subsistence first before they're able to invest on green technology. And that's the challenge of true sustainability. So addressing the issue of affordability and the compatibility of these technologies with the vernacular practice. With that, I'd like to end my presentation by saying that while this picture shows dichotomy, it's a lot of compromise would have to be made. A lot of support would have to be extended to those who are able to afford less. If we want to pursue if you want to tackle the challenge of sustainability. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harold Aquino, for that very delightful and interactive presentation. I particularly like the part that made us think about our ideal homes. It really connected in our practice that when we design and plan, we usually start with the ideal end or ideal goal in mind. So, but then midway in your presentation, I really felt guilty with regards to our industry's contributions to greenhouse gas emissions. So that really drives the point that we have to be really mindful about rationalizing and optimizing the use and distribution of our planet's limited resources in our developments. But maybe we can ask our participants also to share if they have adopted some simple practices at home. If you have adopted some simple sustainable practices, especially during this pandemic, you can type it in the chat box and share it with us. I particularly wanted to offset my carbon footprint, so we do simple things like composting, recycling, and shifting to a plant-based diet. So just to make myself a little less guilty. Anyway, so I'm sure our young leaders are now loaded with questions. We are now going to take this opportunity to receive queries from our participants. You can directly ask your questions to our speakers. So please use the raise hand button of our Zoom chat box. And please be ready to switch on your microphone and camera when you are called. Or if you are a bit shy, you can type them in the chat box and I will read them for you. I think actually we already have a few questions in already, but we can just scan first our participants if anybody of them are raising their hands. Some of them actually sent questions for our speakers through the direct messaging function of our chat box. Okay. So probably I'll start first with the questions sent. Okay, I think we have from Keio University, Maiko Minami is raising her hand. Maiko, please turn on your camera and your audio.
Okay, thank you. So let me introduce myself first. My name is Maiko Minami from Keio University in Japan. I think my question is open for all of the speakers. What kind of relationship do you think should exist between developed countries and emerging countries when it comes to urban development? I don't want to divide countries too much, but I think it is efficient and important to learn from the mistakes of developed countries where development is relatively advanced. For example, in Japan, too many people gathered in Tokyo, and in the morning and in the evening, the train is so crowded. So how do you think we should cooperate with each other? This is my question.
anyone from our esteemed speakers who would like to respond to Maiko's question? She is asking what type of cooperations or what type of cooperation should countries in the developing and developed world engaged in for probably sustainable development? Maybe we can ask Dr. Yap, Dr. Aquino, and Architect Therese Julia to respond.
Hello, Minami-san. Thank you for your question. It is very timely that you pointed out that we have to learn a lot from the failures of the implementation of these sustainable technologies in developed countries. So sorry, let me recompose my answer. So I think it's good to be exchanging. I think it's good to be exchanging notes. So we learn from the technological development in developed countries, and in the on part of those in the developing world, there's also a lot that the developed countries can learn, particularly contextual and community-based practices. I've been in a lot of projects in partnership with professors in Japan. I actually have one with Keio University in disaster resilience, and we normally invite them to visit disaster-stricken areas in the Philippines, and in exchange we normally get insights from them as to like how you manage it in previous disasters. So I think it is a mutually beneficial practice to collaborate in these kinds of development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aquino and Minami-san. I hope Dr. Aquino responded to your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I think I can read some of the questions that were sent through direct message. Oh, we also have Jonas Angelo Abadilla who's raising his hand. Jonas, please turn on your camera and your microphone. To whom are you addressing your question to?
To anyone of the speaker po. Hello, good morning, everyone. Again, let me introduce myself again to the speakers. My name is Jonas Abadilla from University of the Philippines, Diliman, currently studying BS Chemical Engineering. And my question to this, the context of my question po, is about the development of and the building of the different infrastructures in our country. For example, the emerging situation regarding the Pasig River Expressway, so that the connection of the city of Manila to the province of Rizal is very smooth, and the traffic is very the traffic is very smooth between the city of Manila and the province of Rizal. Another example of this would be the building of Kaliwa Dam in the Rizal area, such that this construction of these both infrastructures are very controversial in our country, because many of the communities beside the infrastructure or the construction area will be displaced, and the development of these infrastructures will damage also the environmental the ancestral lands in the provinces and the Pasig River as well. So as a future engineer, as a chemical engineering student myself, I'm actually confused between the development and the consideration of our communities here in the Philippines. So how do we solve these kinds of conflicts? Thank you.
So I think maybe Dr. Aquino can comment on the Kaliwa Dam, because it's an infrastructure project. And then Dr. Yap actually mentioned the PAREX project. Maybe Dr. Yap can comment on the PAREX project inquiry. Okay, so who wants to start? Dr. Aquino is already raising his hand.
Yeah, I'd like to encourage you to pursue environmental engineering. So I'm actually an affiliate faculty in the environmental engineering program. And this is one of the things that we talk about. Primarily, I'd like to say that we shouldn't pit development against environmental and social sustainability. As I mentioned earlier, sustainability is three-pronged. And sustainable development is three-pronged. When we mention development, we should ask development for whom. If it causes an adverse, irreversible impact on people residing in the area, would we consider that development? In the case of Kaliwa Dam, we know that the construction of the dam will inundate the ancestral domains of Dumagat Remontado tribe in that area. So it will not only displace their household, but it will also inundate some of their sacred sites. So we have to consider that when planning. We have to be responsible when formulating our solutions. As in any problem, there is not a single solution to it. So if we want to provide water for Metro Manila, if we want to alleviate flooding in Metro Manila and adjacent provinces, which is the goal of the project, and then there are multiple alternatives that wouldn't have to compromise the welfare of our indigenous peoples in the uplands. There are a lot of actually there are counter proposals to it, which I believe was shelved in favor of the current version of Kaliwada. I have the same sentiments with regard to PAREX, but I'll leave it to Dr. Yap to expound. But as I mentioned, if we want to connect the city of Manila and the central Metro Manila to the province of Rizal, which I believe currently is hounded by heavy traffic, there are a lot of various alternatives to it that we haven't even explored yet. And these are all are reflected in the in the EIA system, Environmental Impact Assessment and Statement System, in place. We just have to be strict in the implementation of it, I believe. So that's all. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Harold, for your present explanation. So I agree with Dr. Aquino. No, there are alternatives. So we have to look at the alternatives and weigh, no, what are the pros and cons. So it seems that in the case of Parex, it just came out. No, we suddenly learned that there was a proposal to build an expressway alongside. Actually, the first proposal was it was above the Pasig River, and then the next one that I think San Miguel presented, it was alongside the Pasig River. So we really have not seen the actual alignment, and we have not seen alternative studies. No, we would like to look at this first. If the only alignment is through the Pasig River, maybe it should not be above the river. No, it should be alongside. So that's what we have to look at. Yung are there alternatives? Does it have to be a highway? No, can it be a mass transit like the train system? No? So we have to look at that. These were just suddenly presented. No, we just suddenly learned about it. So we would like to look at it. And then I would like to comment on the Kaliwa Dam. Right now, the only source of water for Metro Manila is the Angat Dam. and we are already experiencing shortages, water shortages. We really need a second dam. No? Uh, okay, I also I heard about the communities that will be affected, but in the long run, you are looking at a larger population that needs water. So uh, maybe there was just no consultation, no, with the affected community. Uh, Earlier, architect uh, Julia, no, presented to us the benefits of consulting the affected community. Maybe that's only what's lacking. It was forced upon the people, and there were no alternatives that were presented. But I think with uh, due consultation, it will work. But we really need a second dam. No? Uh, the Angat Dam is situated near a fault line. I think it's only 200 meters away from a fault line. So when the big one does happen, we might lose the Angat Dam. There should be an alternative source of water. So that's what we should consider. Uh, so that's I'm for the second dam, the Kaliwa Dam, but maybe there should be more consultation with the people.
Thank you, Dr. Yap. I think Architect Julia also wants to make a comment.
Yes, just to add to what Sir Harold and Sir David mentioned, especially the topic of consultation. Yes, definitely. I agree that the stakeholders should be consulted. They should be included in the conversation of the development process. And we have to ensure that when we have we do consultations and all these participation activities, that we don't reduce the degree of participation to merely something that's tokenism or just a mere perfunctory requirement, like a checklist. Oh, we consulted the community and so we can go ahead and do whatever we want. No, these are complex issues, so a conversation has to be had with all the stakeholders. There should be consensus building. It's difficult to achieve a win-win situation with complex issues. So there, all stakeholders have to compromise. But the important thing is there's a conversation between everyone. So that's for whom the development is for. So thank you.
I think that's also the reason why these projects are not really getting that much of a support from the people, because we're just surprised that there are these plans, but we don't know about them or we're not consulted about them. No? So thank you very much for those insights, Dr. Yap, Dr. Aquino, and Architect Julia. We still have a few questions here. Let me read the question in the chat box. So I'm going to read the question in the chat box first, and then I'll proceed with Melissa Strauch. I hope I'm not botching your name. So from you, hello, I am you from the Chinese University of Hong Kong. I would like to ask for suggestions in improving energy efficiency in existing buildings, especially what us students or even ordinary citizens can do. So maybe the architects, the engineers can comment on this, and maybe also the landscape architects in our organizers can also comment on this. Who would want to respond to this question?
Maybe I can start
Yes, sir,
responding. So with existing buildings, I guess what we can do is to save on the energy consumption. So there are like current technologies. I'm not sure if you can. I'm not sure if you can modify the fit outs or the lighting fixtures, but yes, there are more efficient lighting technology, and with regard to like heating or cooling, um, consider trying to maximize the ambient temperature first before you resort to electronic ways of temperature control. Yeah, maybe the architects would like to add to that.
Dr. Yap is actually also an architect, aside from being an environmental planner. So maybe Dr. Yap can also comment on that.
Yeah. Are you talking about renewable energy or
I think, sir, the question is improving energy efficiency in buildings.
so not necessarily renewable energy?
Not
So
necessarily, but
I agree with
maybe it can encompass a greater aspect of
yeah,
building energy efficiency.
I agree with Dr. Aquino. Una yung consumption behavior, no? You can maybe use less energy, and then try to use more efficient appliances that use lesser energy if expenditure is not a problem, no? And then what's happening now is maybe solar panels, but I don't know if that will affect the building design, no? You most of the time these are only placed on the rooftop of buildings, but I've seen examples that these are placed on the side of buildings, so this can be an alternative, no? uh, so that's it. Consumption, use appliances that consume less energy, and then you can augment the energy supply with renewable energy.
Architect Julia is also wants to make a comment on the question.
I just like to add something short. Uh, we recently learned about energy audit, and it's something we're considering and applying to our partner communities. I'm not very knowledgeable about it, but I know it's something that can help in building energy efficiency. It says here in Wikipedia, energy audit is an inspection, survey, and an analysis of energy flows for energy conservation in a building.
Maybe energy auditing is a review of the consumption and what you're going to use in your homes. For me personally, I'm also an architect, but I can comment on what you can do as students and ordinary citizens. It's really based on your choices. So for example, we mentioned a while ago to temper our greed. In our home, my husband and I chose to live in a smaller, more compact home than a larger house to reduce our carbon footprint. And then sometimes some decisions can be a little bit related to the human population. For example, choosing to have a child or not to have a child, choosing your diet, choosing the type of materials that you are going to buy. So basically, what you are consuming as a human being, that's where your vote goes to, and that's what you're supporting in our planet. So you have to be mindful of what you are consuming as an individual, as a family. And I think as an advocate of simple living and slow living, that's one of my advocacies, because a lot of people now are, or in the Philippines, it's being highlighted to emulate a glamorous lifestyle. But actually, if we're thinking about sustainability, the simpler the better. So that's what I personally think. We can probably move on to the last question. And Sir Harold, are you still raising your hand?
Yes, I'd like to just second or to reinforce our architect Therese's mention of energy audit. We're doing that with UP buildings at the moment, and I believe the main principle behind energy audit is awareness. And once you're aware of the amount that you consume, we can deliberately take actions on how to reduce it. So yes, I agree that it would help a lot.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Harold. I think we still can accommodate one last question from Melissa Strauch. Melissa, can you please open your camera and your audio?
Hello, good day, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clear.
All right. My name is Melissa Strauch from the University of the Philippines, Los Baños. This question is for TAO-Pilipinas presenter Therese Julia, but other speakers are also free to respond. Before I ask my question, I would like to say I really enjoyed the lecture. As a development communication student, participatory approaches was my favorite subject. And before I ask my question, I would like to share the situation in my hometown. I grew up on a small island in the Philippines, and like many other municipalities, there's a road widening project. And during the recent typhoon, a certain portion of my hometown had a lot of houses destroyed due to extensive flooding because they focused on the road widening without actual drainage systems to handle all of the rainwater. So when the typhoon came, the entire area was submerged. And I guess that's one example of something that looks like progress, but isn't true progress for the people affected. So I really agree that the people should always have a say on how their community should look like or how their housing and infrastructure should be built. Sometimes I dream of doing what your organization does, especially after hearing talks like this. I just really want to go back to where I came from and mobilize people to uh, make maps. Here, hey guys, let's present something to our local government, be involved. But I also know from experience that it's very hard to do. I guess as student leaders, me in particular, I have a lot of passion and ideas, but when it actually comes to mobilizing people, sometimes it's hard to get them to care about things as much as we do, especially if there's a lot of time involved and like no financial compensation. You mentioned that it was really hard to do, but yet you were still able to present photos and projects. So I want to ask for like experience or advice. How was your organization able to mobilize the people? What were certain things you did to get the community really involved? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Melissa. Let me think about that. Well, for one, the value of community organizing is the value. Community organizing is really valuable in terms of mobilizing the people. Our organization is more on the technical side. We provide the technical assistance, and we partner with organized communities or NGOs who are into community organizing, because it's a whole other field that's very valuable in terms of social preparation of the community. So I guess that's one, engaging with community organizers. And another is awareness. We conduct extensive information, education, and communication so that the community are informed of their situation, informed of their options, and if they're knowledgeable, they make informed decisions, they're more likely to initiate and start mobilizing themselves. So I think that's what I can think of so far.
Thank you, Therese. So I've also been in community development. I've also been involved in that. So I guess Therese is really correct that you don't have to shoulder everything. You have to have partner networks such as community organizers, and you will be with them tomorrow. I think the College of Social Work and Community Development will be facilitating tomorrow's session, and you will learn a lot from them about mobilizing communities and realizing these projects. Dr. Aquino, you also have something to say?
Yes, I've been also in a lot of humanitarian engineering projects, and I've actually been involved with TAO-Pilipinas when I was starting as an engineer as well. And one of the things that you can tap into is to ask for their aspirations for the community, because if they have the vision in mind on the table, then you already have something to work with. And yeah, you can leverage on already organized groups, but yeah, it would take an experienced community organizer to do that. Secondly, I would like to comment on how the road project impacted your community. I just want to point out that it is irresponsible engineering. It doesn't have these adverse impacts shouldn't actually have to come from communities or doesn't even have to be voiced out by the community members themselves. But had the project proponent already gone through the proper environmental impact assessment, they would already have that in the purview. It doesn't even have to be voiced out, and they're supposed to have mitigating measures for that. So yes, we have to organize as a committee to voice our opinion, but at the same time we have to hold the project proponents accountable for the things that they commit to in their environmental impact statement.
And maybe also try thinking about and joining not just non-government organizations, but also local government units. You'll be graduating soon. You have the option to join professional organizations, corporations, government units. We really need a lot of people, good people in the government, and of course, nonprofit or non-government organizations to help the communities. So with that, I think I want to thank everyone, especially our speakers this morning, for their very insightful presentations. We truly enjoyed your presence with us. And thank you to all the participants who posted their queries. Our discourse this morning was truly intense yet meaningful. And I think a little bit bitten, no? We need more time to discuss about more things. But as our time is limited, we apologize if we cannot accommodate all of your questions, but our speakers may try to address the other questions by directly responding to them via our Zoom chat box. So now we're ready to take a 1-hour break. According to our director, Ma'am Gigi Alfonso, we can take a 1-hour break to energize, prepare for the continuation of our workshop. So the time in my clock is 12:14, so maybe we can go back after 1 hour, 1:14 p.m. So if that's okay with you, just give me a thumbs up or a heart's reaction in your screens. Okay, so let's see each other again at 1:14 p.m. Thank you very much. Please do not log out. Just turn off your audio and your video. Stay there and just come back later. Thank you.
We're taking you on a tour around the campus. This is UP Diliman, the main campus of the University of the Philippines system. UP is the country's national university. With its unique and distinctive leadership in higher education and development, UP has multiple roles as a teaching university, a graduate university, a research university, a public service university, and as a regional and global university. A university for the Filipino is in fact what UP best represents. Its liberal atmosphere has become a vital part of what makes a UP education and what breeds what we call Tatak UP. Today, the University of the Philippines has grown into a massive university system consisting of 8 constituent universities located in 21 campuses throughout the Philippine archipelago. With 240 undergraduate programs and 402 graduate programs, the scope and range of UP's course offerings is unmatched, covering almost all disciplines and embracing all interests and inclinations. The university's faculty and graduates are likewise a major source of pride and distinction for UP. The university has produced 39 national scientists, 40 national artists, 2 national social scientists, 7 out of the 16 presidents of the Republic, 15 chief justices of the Supreme Court, tens of thousands of doctors, lawyers, engineers, teachers serving in the country and abroad, as well as hundreds of thousands of graduates who have become leaders in their respective fields. UP's sustained efforts to maintain its high standard of education have borne fruit in its performance in the recent World University Rankings. And among Philippine universities, UP continues to hold the top spot. And this iconic monument, the Oblation, embodies all the ideals that UP stands for. The commitment to serve the people, to produce individuals who will all build a just, humane, and democratic society. This nationalist and activist spirit is part of what makes UP a true university for the Filipino.
Getting into the country's top university is a dream come true. If you are impressed with UP's long history of academic excellence, wait till you get to see the academic infrastructure of UP Diliman. Take a step with me as I walk you through UP Diliman's greatest institutional successes through the years. UP Diliman is the biggest constituent university of the UP system in terms of degree-granting academic units, student population, faculty, and library resources. UPD is home to 2 initiatives to boost science and technology in the country, the National Science Complex of the College of Science and the Engineering Research and Development Technology of the College of Engineering. Parallel to the drive toward modernization and the focus on science and technology, likewise expanded programs that enrich Filipino culture and the arts in an effort to make its academic programs more relevant and promote social transformation. UPD has extensive alliances with international institutions of higher learning for joint academic programs, providing opportunities for curricular enhancement, faculty development, resource generation, and sharing of expertise. Internationally recognized as the leading educational institution in the country, UP is the only Philippine university in the Association of Pacific Rim Universities. It is also the only Philippine university in the ASEAN European University Network. It is likewise a founding member and is one of the only 3 Philippine universities in the ASEAN University Network. The university currently has 266 international linkages with institutions from 27 countries.
We are now at the most distinctive geological feature of the UP Diliman campus, the Sunken Garden. Not only is this a place where everything happens, from big events like the University Fair to our mundane daily grind like marches, games, and picnics. It has also even sometimes served as a giant message board for our political views, a witness to UPD's long tradition of activism. Let's turn the page and take a look back at the student affairs of the 90s. The UP Diliman International Student Exchange Program gives students the opportunity to register in any of the 50 partner institutions across the world and take part in intensive curriculums and cultural programs. The university is also home to athletes in a variety of sports. With 24 teams in the UP Diliman Varsity Sports Program, the College of Human Kinetics is proud to house around 400 athletes who strive to give their best as they participate and bag several awards in various regional, national, and international sports competitions. Every year, students organize 3 highly anticipated events. The biggest student-initiated activity is the UP Fair, a 5-day music festival featuring major bands from across the country and attracting over 10,000 spectators each night. Another annual spectacle in UP Diliman is the Lantern Parade. First established in 1934, the parade is attended by hundreds of spectators around the metro, with colleges throughout the campus showcasing their beautifully crafted lanterns. The school year is incomplete without the Diliman Month. Launched in 1999, the month-long celebration showcases UPD's research and creative works and recognizes the exceptional achievements of its constituents. Part of the Diliman Month is the Linggo ng Parangal, the week-long recognition of the outstanding faculty, staff, and students of the university. A UP student's life is not without its attendant difficulties, but for the most part, it can be vibrant and exciting. In fact, a big part of a UP student's journey is participation in student clubs, and UPD has more than 300 student organizations catering to a wide range of interests, be it academic, cause-oriented, community-based, regional or provincial, religious, sports, recreational, and many more.
To this day, UP Diliman has lived up to its mandate to serve the people and has cultivated the spirit of volunteerism among its community of scholars as an affirmation of its public service function and the university's role. Through its programs, it continued to heed the call to serve the vulnerable, the marginalized, and the needy. Together with the Mindanao Interfaith Services Foundation Incorporated, Diliman also launched an advocacy campaign in defense of the rights of the indigenous communities and the Moro of Mindanao called Save Our Schools or SOS. Over 2 decades ago, UP pioneered the country's first university-based formal volunteer service program. Volunteers from different UP Diliman colleges, especially from the College of Home Economics, provided daycare tutorials, nutritious meals to students in grassroots communities. 2017, the university has trained field workers to provide psychological support, psychotherapy, not only to the members of the UP community, but also to those traumatized by disasters like victims of typhoons Ondoy and Yolanda. Taking the much-needed step forward in advancing the mental health conversation, he held workshops with faculty and officials from various colleges on how to become a lifeline, to provide psychological first aid and respond to crisis situations. Today, in the midst of a global crisis, the University of the Philippines in Diliman is leading with purpose and passion. Since the start of the pandemic, UP has been making a meaningful positive impact on society, from distributing alcohol-based disinfectants, running isolation zones, and a vaccination center, lending equipment for COVID-19 testing, donating supplies for frontliners and public hospitals. As we navigate through these challenging times, the nation and its people look to UP, and the university, remaining true to its ideals, answers the call to serve.
This is UP Diliman, and it's not just our campus, but it's also our second home, where we hang out, chase dreams, count milestones, and grow in both mind and spirit. Through this tour, we've given you a bird's eye view of its expansive landscape and a glimpse into the education that instills and nurtures the UPD brand amongst its students.
From being a bastion of critical thinking and free speech,
to a staunch advocate for social transformation and public service,
to an institution that is known for its excellence in the field of science and engineering, to the music and arts.
this is Tatak UP.
this is Tatak
UP.
This is the TAC UP.
This is the TAC UP.
This is the TAC UP.
A light traversing the vastness of our universe. Our potential as a human race is represented by the multitudes of galaxies that surround us. An infinite journey towards a sustainable, inclusive, and compassionate world. We have achieved great lengths throughout history, safeguarded our democracy from dictatorship and tyranny, explored space and jolted our quest for knowledge, advanced borderless innovation of technology to aid humanity, created limitless literature that has reached our very hearts and soul. We have made scientific breakthroughs and fortified healthcare systems in a pandemic. All that by pulses of lights banded together, by memories and aspirations for one another, to make our journey for a sustainable, inclusive, and compassionate world finite.
Sahaya is the theme of the 2021 APRU ULP. It is derived from the Tausug word that means light and hope.
A language spoken in Mindanao and a lingua franca in southern Philippines. It is no accident that it is cognates with the word Sahaya, which also means light, radiance, illumination in Bahasa Indonesia.
Well, for me, I am so happy to get involved in Sahaya because of the words science and art.
Basically, Sahaya is not just a metaphorical rendition of what we know in Tausug language as light and hope, but basically it talks about how people from across the different Asia-Pacific countries, especially young people, be able to engage with each other in a very multidisciplinary, not just interdisciplinary setting.
At Sahaya, undergraduate student leaders will have a platform to highlight their advocacies in line with sustainable development goals, providing the light that will direct their peers and offering the hope for the future of their institutions and nations.
The workshops hope to inspire participants to reflect on ideas together with their peers and sort out problems that can inspire actions to move forward. The best part of Sahaya is translating the output into advocacy that student leaders can push in social media and various platforms.
Humans have altered our world tremendously. Past designs and decisions have resulted to the various environmental and urban issues we are facing right now.
Hope, however, should not disappear, and this hope is epitomized by young minds who, notwithstanding their youth and relative inexperience, acknowledge the value of genuine service and live according to this important virtue.
This pandemic may have seemed to have dimmed that light and hope, but this APRU will bring together the different participants from the various universities.
And so through this particular event, I'm hoping that we can somehow help mold the view, the perspective of our future leaders on how they see the world and themselves. So what I would like for them to see themselves is as a problem solver, someone who intends to solve various problems in this planet.
This year's host, the University of the Philippines, has so much in store for the participants. It aims to equip the participants to collaborate towards a synergy of their various advocacies.
This conference will definitely be an experience for our participants and also for our organizers to be able to share new ideas for the new times.
It's very important now to emphasize the concept of no poverty, of zero hunger, of good health and well-being, of quality education, of gender equality, of having clean water and sanitation, or having clean energy, affordable energy, and having a very respectable way of living, decent work, economic growth. These are things that are being challenged as a result not only of the pandemic, but this disparity between the rich and the poor, not just in developing countries, but even in developed countries.
The Sustainable Development Goals are anchors to advance human flourishing that is inclusive and equitable. The SDGs could be the starting point for different groups from different backgrounds to start a conversation, explore, and develop initiatives to work together.
This year's APRU Undergraduate Leaders Program will be hosted by the University of the Philippines with the support of Association of Pacific Rim Universities from 18 to 29 October 2021 with the theme SAHAYA, Science and Arts Harnessing the Youth's Advocacies. ULP 2021 aims to expose youth leaders of Asia Pacific to interdisciplinary, people-centered, and environmentally sustainable approaches and solutions to meet emerging challenges in the Asia Pacific in an increasingly globalized world. Participants will be engaged with 12 days of proactive and interactive sessions on creativity, innovation, and empowerment. Are you ready for the APRU ULP 2021? Day 1 is our opening ceremony. Day 2, Workshop 1 and 2 on digital literacy and critical digital literacy and producing vlogs, which will be facilitated by the College of Mass Communication, TVUP, and UP Open University. Day 3, we will have Workshop 3, Holistic Habitation, facilitated by the College of Architecture, School of Urban and Regional Planning, and College of Engineering. For Day 4, Workshop 4, Flourishing Life Through Creativity and the Arts, to be facilitated by the College of Social Work and Community Development, College of Human Kinetics, College of Arts and Letters, and UP Cebu. For Day 5, we will have Workshop 5, Ensuring Food Security Through Sustainable Production and Good Nutrition, facilitated by UP Los Baños, while for Day 6 will be Workshop 6, Role of Biodiversity in Resilient Development, facilitated by the College of Science. Day 7 will be the last workshop of the program entitled YOLO, Youth Opportunities to Lead and Overcome, which will be facilitated by the National College of Public Administration and Governance, UP Resilience Institute, and UP Manila. After the workshop, we will also have the global cultural activity to be facilitated by the Culture and the Socials Committee. For the next 4 days, from day 8 to 11, you will be working with your group mates to propose solutions to the emerging challenges by producing your own video blog or vlog, which will be your output for the program. Finally, the last day, or day 12, will be for the presentation of your vlogs and the closing ceremony, which will also be our Philippine cultural activity. For more information and updates, please visit the program's website. We look forward to seeing all of you in the upcoming days.
Tara! Sakay na! We're taking you on a tour around the campus. This is UP Diliman, the main campus of the University of the Philippines system. UP is the country's national university. With its unique and distinctive leadership in higher education and development, UP has multiple roles as a teaching university, a graduate university, a research university, a public service university, and as a regional and global university. A university for the Filipino is in fact what UP best represents. Its liberal atmosphere has become a vital part of what makes a UP education and what breeds what we call Tatak UP. Today, the University of the Philippines has grown into a massive university system consisting of 8 constituent universities located in 21 campuses throughout the Philippine archipelago. With 240 undergraduate programs and 402 graduate programs, the scope and range of UP's course offerings is unmatched, covering almost all disciplines and embracing all interests and inclinations. The university's faculty and graduates are likewise a major source of pride and distinction for UP. The university has produced 39 national scientists, 40 national artists, 2 national social scientists, 7 out of the 16 presidents of the Republic, 15 chief justices of the Supreme Court, tens of thousands of doctors, lawyers, engineers, teachers serving in the country and abroad, as well as hundreds of thousands of graduates who have become leaders in their respective fields. UP's sustained efforts to maintain its high standard of education have borne fruit in its performance in the recent World University Rankings. And among Philippine universities, UP continues to hold the top spot. And this iconic monument, the Oblation, embodies all the ideas that UP stands for. The commitment to serve the people, to produce individuals who will all build a just, humane, and democratic society. This nationalist and activist spirit is part of what makes UP a true university for the Filipino.
Getting into the country's top university is a dream come true. If you are impressed with UP's long history of academic excellence, wait till you get to see the academic infrastructure of UP Diliman. Take a step with me as I walk you through UP Diliman's greatest institutional successes through the years. UP Diliman is the biggest constituent university of the UP system in terms of degree-granting academic units, student population, faculty, and library resources. UPD is home to 2 initiatives to boost science and technology in the country: the National Science Complex of the College of Science and the Engineering Research and Development Technology of the College of Engineering. Parallel to the drive toward modernization and the focus on science and technology, likewise expanded programs that enrich Filipino culture and the arts in an effort to make its academic programs more relevant and promote social transformation. UPD has extensive alliances with international institutions of higher learning for joint academic programs, providing opportunities for curricular enhancement, faculty development, resource generation, and sharing of expertise. Internationally recognized as the leading educational institution in the country, UP is the only Philippine university in the Association of Pacific Rim Universities. It is also the only Philippine university in the ASEAN European University Network. It is likewise a founding member and is one of the only 3 Philippine universities in the ASEAN University Network. The university currently has 266 international linkages with institutions from 27 countries.
We are now at the most distinctive geological feature of the UP Diliman campus, the Sunken Garden. Not only is this a place where everything happens, from big events like the University Fair to our mundane daily grind like marches, games, and picnics. It has also even sometimes served as a giant message board for our political views, a witness to UPD's long tradition of activism. Let's turn the page and take a look back at the student affairs of the 90s. The UP Diliman International Student Exchange Program gives students the opportunity to register in any of the 50 partner institutions across the world and take part in intensive curriculums and cultural programs. The university is also home to athletes in a variety of sports. With 24 teams in the UP Diliman Varsity Sports Program, the College of Human Kinetics is proud to house around 400 athletes who strive to give their best as they participate and bag several awards in various regional, national, and international sports competitions. Every year, students organize 3 highly anticipated events. The biggest student-initiated activity is the UP Fair, a 5-day music festival featuring major bands from across the country and attracting over 10,000 spectators each night. Another annual spectacle in UP Diliman is the Lantern Parade. First established in 1934, the parade is attended by hundreds of spectators around the metro, with colleges throughout the campus showcasing their beautifully crafted lanterns. The school year is incomplete without the Diliman Month. Launched in 1999, the month-long celebration showcases UPD's research and creative works and recognizes the exceptional achievements of its constituents. Part of the Diliman Month is the Linggo ng Parangal, the week-long recognition of the outstanding faculty, staff, and students of the university. A UP student's life is not without its attendant difficulties, but for the most part, it can be vibrant and exciting. In fact, a big part of a UP student's journey is participation in student clubs, and UPD has more than 300 student organizations catering to a wide range of interests, be it academic, cost-oriented, community-based, regional or provincial, religious, sports, recreational, and many more.
To this day, UP Diliman has lived up to its mandate to serve the people and has cultivated the spirit of volunteerism among its community of scholars as an affirmation of its public service function and the university's role. Through its programs, it continued to heed the call to serve the vulnerable, the marginalized, and the needy, together with the Mindanao Interfaith Services Foundation Incorporated. Diliman also launched an advocacy campaign in defense of the rights of the indigenous communities and the Moro and peoples of Mindanao, Save Our Schools or SOS. Over 2 decades ago, UP pioneered the country's first university-based formal volunteer service program. Volunteers from different UP Diliman colleges, from the College of Home Economics, provided daycare tutorials, nutritious meals to students in grassroots communities. Since 2017, the university has trained field workers to provide psychological support, psychotherapy, not only to the members of the UP community, but also to those traumatized by disasters, victims of typhoons Ondoy and Yolanda, taking the much-needed step forward in advancing the mental health conversation. The university held workshops with faculty and officials from various colleges on how to become a lifeline, to provide psychological first aid and respond to crisis situations. Today, in the midst of a global crisis, the University of the Philippines in Diliman is leading with purpose and passion. Since the start of the pandemic, it has been making a meaningful positive impact on society, from distributing alcohol-based disinfectants, running isolation zones, and a vaccination center, lending equipment for COVID-19 testing, and donating supplies for frontliners and public hospitals. As we navigate through these challenging times, our nation and its people look to UP, and the university, remaining true to its ideals, answers all to serve.
This is UP Diliman, and it's not just our campus, but it's also our second home, where we hang out, chase dreams, count milestones, and grow in both mind and spirit. Through this tour, we've given you a bird's eye view of its expansive landscape and a glimpse into the education that instills and nurtures the UPD brand amongst its students.
From being a bastion of critical thinking and free speech,
to a staunch advocate for social transformation and public service,
to an institution that is known for its excellence in the field of science and engineering, to the music and arts.
This is Tatak UP.
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 A light traversing the vastness of our universe. Our potential as a human race is represented by the multitudes of galaxies that surround us. An infinite journey towards a sustainable, inclusive, and compassionate world. We have achieved great lengths throughout history, safeguarded our democracy from dictatorship and tyranny, explored space and jolted our quest for knowledge, advanced borderless innovation of technology, to aid humanity, created limitless literature that has reached our very hearts and soul. We have made scientific breakthroughs and fortified healthcare systems in a pandemic. All that by pulses of lights banded together, by memories and aspirations for one another, to make our journey for a sustainable, inclusive, and compassionate world finite.
SAHAYA is the theme of the 2021 APRU ULP. It is derived from the Tausug word that means light and hope.
A language spoken in Mindanao and a lingua franca in southern Philippines. It is no accident that it is cognates with the word Sahaya, which also means light, radiance, illumination in Bahasa Indonesia.
Well, for me, I am so happy to get involved in SAHAYA because of the words science and art.
Basically, Sahaya is not just a metaphorical rendition of what we know in Tausug language as light and hope. But basically, it talks about how people from across the different Asia-Pacific countries, especially young people, be able to engage with each other in a very multidisciplinary, not just interdisciplinary setting.
At SAHAYA, undergraduate student leaders will have a platform to highlight their advocacies in line with sustainable development goals, providing the light that will direct their peers and offering the hope for the future of their institutions and nations.
The workshops hope to inspire participants to reflect on ideas together with their peers and sort out problems that can inspire actions to move forward. The best part of SAHAYA is translating the output into advocacy that student leaders can push in social media and various platforms.
Humans have altered our world tremendously. Past designs and decisions have resulted to the various environmental and urban issues we are facing right now.
Hope, however, should not disappear, and this hope is epitomized by young minds who, notwithstanding their youth and relative inexperience, acknowledge the value of genuine service and live according to this important virtue.
This pandemic may have seemed to have dimmed that light and hope, but this APRU will bring together the different participants from the various universities.
And so through this particular event, I'm hoping that we can somehow help mold the view, the perspective of our future leaders on how they see the world and themselves. So what I would like for them to see themselves is as a problem solver, someone who intends to solve various problems in this planet.
This year's host, the University of the Philippines, has so much in store for the participants. It aims to equip the participants to collaborate towards synergy of their various advocacies.
This conference will definitely be an experience for our participants and also for our organizers to be able to share new ideas for the new times.
It's very important now to emphasize the concept of no poverty, of zero hunger, of good health and well-being, of quality education, of gender equality, of having clean water and sanitation, or having clean energy, affordable energy, and having a very respectable way of living, decent work, economic growth. These are things that are being challenged as a result not only of the pandemic, but this disparity between the rich and the poor, not just in developing countries, but even in developed countries.
The Sustainable Development Goals are anchors to advance human flourishing that is inclusive and equitable. The SDGs could be the starting point for different groups from different backgrounds to start a conversation, explore, and develop initiatives to work together.
This year's APRU Undergraduate Leaders Program will be hosted by the University of the Philippines with the support of Association of Pacific Rim Universities from 18 to 29 October 2021 with the theme SAHAYA, Science and Arts Harnessing the Youth's Advocacies. ULP 2021 aims to expose youth leaders of Asia Pacific to interdisciplinary, people-centered, and environmentally sustainable approaches and solutions to meet emerging challenges in the Asia Pacific in an increasingly globalized world. Participants will be engaged with 12 days of proactive and interactive sessions on creativity, innovation, and empowerment. Are you ready for the APRU ULP 2021? Day 1 is our opening ceremony. Day 2, Workshop 1 and 2 on digital literacy and critical digital literacy and producing vlogs, which will be facilitated by the College of Mass Communication, TVUP, and UP Open University. Day 3, we will have Workshop 3, Holistic Habitation, facilitated by the College of Architecture, School of Urban and Regional Planning, and College of Engineering. For Day 4, Workshop 4, Flourishing Life Through Creativity and the Arts, to be facilitated by the College of Social Work and Community Development, College of Human Kinetics, College of Arts and Letters, and UP Cebu. For Day 5, we will have Workshop 5, Ensuring Food Security Through Sustainable Production and Good Nutrition, facilitated by UP Los Baños, while for Day 6 will be Workshop 6, Role of Biodiversity in Resilient Development, facilitated by the College of Science. Day 7 will be the last workshop of the program entitled YOLO, Youth Opportunities to Lead and Overcome, which will be facilitated by the National College of Public Administration and Governance, UP Resilience Institute, and UP Manila. After the workshop, we will also have the Global Cultural Activity to be facilitated by the Culture and the Socials Committee. For the next 4 days, from Day 8 to 11, you will be working with your group mates to propose solutions to the emerging challenges by producing your own video blog or vlog, which will be your output for the program. Finally, the last day, or Day 12, will be for the presentation of your vlogs and the closing ceremony, which will also be our Philippine cultural activity. For more information and updates, please visit the program's website. We look forward to seeing all of you in the upcoming days.
Welcome back, everyone. It seems that most of us are here. Can I just get a quick check if you can just flash some reactions via your chat box or through your screens? Maybe use the thumbs up button or hearts to just check if you are already back in the room. Okay, I'm seeing a few thumbs ups from our participants and our organizers. Okay, so just for fun, maybe you can also type in the chat box what you had for lunch. I'm ashamed to say that I had leftover kimchi fried rice, but it still tasted so good. That's what I had for lunch. How about you guys? So anyway, we have a fun activity prepared for you this afternoon to review up. I would like to call, oh, some people are saying that they had grilled chicken, a little bit more fancy than what I had. Fish in coconut milk. Sounds very healthy and savory. Thank you guys for sharing. Anyway, we have a fun activity. Fish steamed with lemongrass. I think people are being challenged with what they have, with what they had for lunch. Somebody is saying, ginataang bilo-bilo. Should I translate this? These are glutinous rice balls in coconut milk. Okay, did I say that right? And then we also had lechon sinigang. You're giving me a hard time translating this. Lechon sinigang is roasted pig in sour broth. Okay, I hope that's I hope I translated that well. Then Jonas said he had tinola for lunch. So how do I translate that? That's boiled chicken in, yes, chicken stew maybe. No, thank you for helping me out. I realized I put myself in a dangerous situation of translating Filipino dishes. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Please. Chicken and ginger soup. Yes, correct. That's chicken tinola. Then Stephanie said she had turkey. Whoa, that's unique in the Philippines. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for participating in our short Q&A about what you had for lunch. We have a fun activity prepared for you to review up this afternoon. I hope that our facilitators are ready. I'd like to call on Environmental Planner Arlene Santiago and Environmental Planner Jay Agapinan from the School of Urban and Regional Planning to lead us for this afternoon's Energizer.
All right, thank you very much, Edra. And again, we'd like to welcome back our participants and our organizers, our partners here in APRU for our day 3 of the workshop. And it was really exciting to hear the discussions earlier. I saw several reactions also and exchanges from our participants. It's very interactive, and I thought we had a very good first half of the session. So as we move to the second half of our workshop, will be this is the time that we work, you see. With that, we'd like to, as Edra said, we have to review up to give a little energizer to our participants and of course elicit more participation, especially preparing you towards our group works later. Now, for this activity, we have actually devised a game. So this is originally designed for this section. Now, Jay will help me out to share with you this game, and we call this game, Jake, if you may, please. All right. So, show up. All right. The name of the game is People Power. So if you will notice, there's the word poll in there, wherein we will be using polls in order to know the answers or the responses of our participants. So may I see some reactions from our participants if they're ready to get in on this game? Anyone? Wow, thank you, Edra, for that. How about the others? We really need participation for this to push through. So we hope that all of you are into the game. Okay, just some background. Right now in the Philippines is actually the start or the season for the elections because next year we'll have national elections. And so what we thought of is to name this game.
Good afternoon po.
Yes, good afternoon.
Go ahead. Okay lang po.
All right. All right. So moving forward, what we thought about this activity is to name two parties in the game. So if JP show the next slide, please. The president versus the people, not necessarily having to bunch them together or to really create an how do you call that, competition or whatever, you know, not like that, but just to identify two entities, that's the president and the people. And what we're trying to do is the game will start off with us having to ask the participants to well, the first one is a randomized manner of selection. So we will be selecting a president, appointed president. This will be chosen randomly from among the names of the participants. So we have all your names in our what do you call this randomizer, and then we will run that, and we will choose the president from that group. And then when we already have that president chosen, we'll be giving you a scenario or a question, and the president will make a decision about the particular question. Now, the question doesn't necessarily have anything to do with politics or whatsoever. It's just a random question, just for fun. So the president will make his or her decision. Of course, the rest participants will also make that. And then the president, the chosen president, will have to privately send his answer or his decision to our game master. In this respect, it will be Jay. So please, whoever will be chosen as the president for that particular round will need to send his or her answer to Jay. So Jay, if you could wave and so others can see you. Okay, all right, so next. Well, upon receipt of the president's decision, the game master will launch a poll for all the other attendees or the people to answer. So what we're going to do, we're going to post this link on the chat box. Everybody will be requested to click on the link, and then there's the poll, and please key in your answer. All right, and then we will be gathering all the responses and show them later on. Next. Okay, so once all the responses are in, as I said, the results will be revealed. And now, if the answer from the president, the initial answer that was given to the game master is the same as the majority of the answers of the people, then she or he retains his position. Well, the idea is to see who has a strong link among the other participants, or how long could the chosen or the president can stay in power. Okay, so next. Okay, on the other hand, if the president will be removed from the post, then we'll have to choose another president. Okay, we have to use the randomizer again. And for the next round, we'll see who will take over and if they match the answer with the others. All right, that's our game. So are there any questions for the game before we start? Or should we give it a try? Are you ready? Can I see some reaction?
Maybe let's have a trial.
Okay.
Can we have a trial?
Of course. So we can do that. If you're ready, JD, can you run the randomizer, please?
All right.
All right, let's see. Go on. Who will be the first president for this round? All right, it's Rafaela Mia Jaramillo. Can we give her a round of applause, please? Virtual round of applause to Rafaela. Rafaela, can you open your camera and your mic, please, so we can see you? Are you here? I can't find her yet. Anyone seen Rafaela? Okay, I think other participants are still coming in. Can we try give it a try again for the randomizer for our president? Just Jay. Zhang Lian, are you here for the first president? Is he or she here? Let's check.
They're not yet in the list of
Oh.
participants.
All right, so they're not yet in. Maybe we give it a try. The third as a charm, I suppose. Jonas, are you here, Mr. Jonas Abadilla?
Hello, I'm here po.
Ay, very good. Okay, now we can give it a go. All right, so Jonas, you are the chosen president for the first round, and we'll see how long you'll stay in power. So good luck. Okay, here is our question. I'd like to share. Please be attentive, everyone. Here is the first question, but keep your answers first, and your answer should be secret. Your answer, Jonas, will be sent to Jay, please. Okay, for the trial question. Which graduation gift would you like to receive? You have to only choose one. First is a brand new car, an SUV. Could be a 10-day travel to any country of your choice with allowance. And letter C, 50% down payment for a studio condominium unit. All right. So this is your question. We'll give you 5 seconds to look at it and think again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So please, to our President Jonas, could you please send privately your answer to Jay? And now Jade will be posting the link to our poll, and everybody is requested to kindly click on the link and answer. Did everybody see the link in the chat box? I hope so. Did we get Jonas's answer? All right, very good. Oh, I wonder. With our participants right now, ranging from what age? Ay, nako. We'll see. Jay, do we have the answer, or can we reveal the results of the poll this time? Okay, may we request everyone to, you may please check, use the check button if you're finished with the poll, so we know if we're ready to reveal the answer. This is the trial question, so I hope everybody will take time also to learn how we're going to play this game. Okay, Jay, just give us a cue. If you're ready, please show us, make the great reveal for the answer of the majority of the people. All right. Wow. So here we have received 13 responses. And for the trial question, the biggest chunk of the answer is a 10-day travel to any country of your choice with allowance. Now, Jonas, can we hear from you again? Can you please open your camera and your microphone? So Jonas, what was your answer?
Brand new car.
Brand new car! Oh no, Jonas, I think you'll be ousted for your first term. So that's just a game. Okay, but anyway, I'm sorry, Jonas, you did not meet the interest or the standard also of your other participants, so the co-participants. But anyway, I hope you get the gist of this game. Do you think this is fun? Can we go on? All right, just a few more questions. Let's do the randomizer. Thank you, Jonas. Let's do the randomizer and get on quickly with the game. Yes, we'll pick another president. Okay, Honami Sano-san. Is Sano-san here? Let's see. Are you here? Are you already in the room, Sano-san?
They're not yet in the room.
Not yet in the room. So we
Yes.
pick another one, please. Okay, it's you. I'm sorry, I'm not very good with pronouncing names, but if you're here, please let us know. Are you there?
I just checked. They're not yet in the room.
Oh, thank you, Edra, for confirming with us. Let's go on with the next one. President, please. Oh, I think he's been called twice already, no? But
yeah,
is he still here?
No, he's
not yet here. Okay,
Not yet here.
keep on spinning, Jay. What's next? Okay, Mark Virgil Jamers Hammer. Oh, how do we say your name? Are you here? Are you in the room now, Mark? Not yet. All right. Again, please. Maybe the game is maybe the game is if you're here or not. Okay, let's see. Is Iqbal bin Muhammad in the room? Not yet. All right. Is Max in the room? Okay, I think that many of the participants are still coming in. Maybe I would just do the random selecting on my own. Is that all right? So we can move with the game.
Yeah, that would be
that
perfect.
be fine? All
That would
right.
be perfect.
So I'd like to choose. In no bias whatsoever. I'd like to call in Miss Sunshine Reyes. Are you here, Miss Sunshine Reyes? You will be an appointed president. Are you ready for the job? Miss Sunshine Reyes? Is she in? I saw your name on the list of participants as well. I found it. Anyway, how about from Hong Kong University? May I call in Leonie? Are you here? Miss Annie? Can we appoint you as the president for this round? Okay, she's here. Thank you very much. All right, so we move on to the next part. Now, this time we show the questions. This is the next question. Miss President, Miss Annie, please see the question. Okay, no problem. So your organization won in a raffle and you are presented with the following options for prizes. Which should you pick? Okay, first prize would be a free 5-year lease of office space. Letter B, a brand new service van. And letter C, 5-year business tax holiday. All right, so this is your question. If you have your answers already, kindly send it to Jay privately. And for the rest of our participants, kindly click on the link and answer the poll. Thank you. Are you ready? The link, please. All right. We're waiting for the answers. They're coming in right now. Please answer the poll. Okay, I saw some checks already. Check marks for those who finished. And once it's ready, Jay, you can just show us the results, please. Okay, the president. President, kindly send privately your answer, please. Did Annie answer already? So the question is, your organization won in a raffle.
She sent me her answer. I'll send it to you.
Okay, yes, please. Thank you, Edra. Okay, now that the president's answer is in, We'd like to know what is the pulse of the people. So in a few seconds now, Jade, could you show it to us? Reveal the answer. All right, so we see most of the participants answered. What's that? The blue one? A free 5-year lease of office space. While our president's answer is, which one, Jay? Oh, it's the same. Congratulations. I think finally, now we are getting a glimpse of how this works. So the president has the same answer as that of majority of our participants. Congratulations, you stay in power. All right. Any congratulatory clap? Can you see some hands also? Yes, wonderful. That's truly wonderful. So for the first try, you were able to have the same wavelet perhaps with your co-participants. So let's move on to the next question. All right. Question number 2 is this. A number of interest groups are staging protests outside your office and they wish to present respective interests to you. Now, who among them should you hear first? Okay, letter A, the healthcare workers. Letter B, the labor union groups, and the indigenous people for letter C. So we will ask Annie again to privately send her answer to us, while the rest can now use the poll. If the poll is already there, can you send the link first? So they can all answer while we're waiting also for the president's response. Did you already send your answer, Miss President? Miss President's answer, are you in? Okay, no problem. This one is something quite, how do you say it? More formal than asking you for a graduation gift. So let's see how this is more serious than your it's a difficult one, as Edra said. Okay, let's just take a glimpse of how our participants will take on this question. All right. I suppose the answers also are coming in from our participants, but we're still waiting for the president's response. And Miss Annie? Okay, Miss Annie, the president already has her answer. And so Jade, could you reveal the answer from the rest of the people? All right, the biggest group is the healthcare workers, and based from our president's response, it's letter B. Letter B is the labor unions or the labor group. So unfortunately, they did not match this time. But anyway, there's still a 1-1. What do you say? 1-1 score for that. So I'd like to end this simple game, and I hope that everybody was able to get an exercise on using their computers and using your mouse and all, because later on we'll do some workshops that will be very engaging, and we hope for your participation. In the interest of time, I'd like to go over and give back our session to our moderator, Ms. Edra. Thank you for the time. Thank you everyone for participating.
Okay, thank you so much to our environmental planners, Len and Jay. Guys, did you enjoy voting for or ousting your president? Thank you, Annie, for participating and being a good sport, and also to Jonas for being a good sport. I just like to remind everyone that the point of the game is not to oust your president, but to exercise participatory approaches towards decision making. I do wish that it was that easy to vote for a president or to oust the president. So that was a very controversial game. So I hope all of our participants are now re-energized. So if you feel re-energized, I hope that you can just use the party popper button in your emojis. Am I seeing some emojis there? Thank you so much. Okay. So guys, we have more in store for you. We will now be moving forward with our program. Our next topic is, of course, also quite informative. We will be joined by the Dean of the College of Architecture of the University of the Philippines. She is an architect, an environmental planner, and an academician. She obtained her Doctor of Philosophy degree in City Planning from Seoul National University, her Master of Science in Urban Development Planning from the Bartlett School of Architecture, University College London, and her Bachelor of Science in Architecture from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. She also underwent training on urban development housing at the University of Lund, Sweden. Let's all welcome and give a virtual round of applause for Professor Grace Ramos. Go ahead, Dean Ramos.
Hello, this is a 10-minute housing situationer that is presented through the different settlement typologies that make up the country's built form. Housing in the Philippines is embedded in very complex international networks. It represents diverse sociocultural contexts that are due to the country's archipelagic nature. Metro Manila, as seen from space, reflects issues that have to do with social structures, distribution of resources, access, mobility, and marginalization. Settlement patterns in the Philippines need to be viewed within the neoliberalist context, where tensions between the public and private enterprises set off a space negotiation process. Housing typologies emerge out of the meeting of state regulations and market economy-induced competition for land and other resources. We see here disconnected neighborhoods that speak of functional and class segregation. The image captures three neighborhood types that have come to be through different urban development processes. First is a site of high-end residential real estate properties which are adjacent to the central business district. And the second is a coarse-grained setting that developed out of separate small-scale initiatives. It has old inner-city residential areas juxtaposed with historical sites and gentrified commercial areas. And then in between the first two is the master plan development that is a product of large-scale public and private sector collaboration. It was designed to be both exclusive and inclusive with high-end residential buildings. Residential developments are distributed in the cities of Metro Manila in a concentric pattern, where the priciest residences are in the inner core, while the low-cost housing sites are in the urban periphery. Such is the spatial disposition of housing types that correspond well to the distribution of wealth and power indicated by Metro Manila's night satellite image. In different parts of the country may be found various housing patterns that serve as tangible manifestations of various social realities. Typically in the coastal and riverside areas are the germs of the neoliberal city. Metro Manila is historically anchored in Old Manila that evolved from a hub of sea trading barangays to a center of colonial power, and then to the postmodern city that it is at present. Continually shaped by the tension between old and new, the city is a mosaic of high-rise residential condominiums, ancestral houses, and riverside slums. Bordering between variety and incoherence, the neighborhood form speaks of the difficulty in managing urban transformation. Now the need for safe and peaceful havens amidst the daily grind of the dense city cores gave prominence to the low-density residential subdivisions. With this came urban issues attributed to impermeable developments, loss of community fabric, and social polarization. Monoculture settings provided by the gated development projects replaced diverse neighborhoods that got built one house at a time over many years. The need to converge and be part of the critical mass translates to expensive real estate that marginalizes a significant fraction of the urban population. Leading CBDs, therefore, are characterized by a juxtaposition of high-end housing and informal settlements. In smaller scales, some areas gentrify to respond to new demands and lifestyles. What have been planned as purely residential areas later become mixed-use neighborhoods, infrastructure systems of which are not up to the intensified uses. Mobility issues arise and privacy is compromised in these gentrifying areas. Agglomerations centered on specific sectors such as education have created city-within-a-city form of cooperative setups. Long-term accommodation facilities ranging from full-size houses to bed spaces proliferate in Manila's University Belt. Hosting foreign capital has translated to special economic zones and industrial districts, locators constituting industrial parks such as those in Laguna and Batangas are significant transformative forces that impact in many ways on what used to be laid-back towns. In-city production centers grapple with high cost of land, but also benefit from labor supply that would be easily accessed due to informal housing arrangements. The confluence of location-specific resources produced very specialized towns such as Lumban in Laguna. Liliu is another example of how the abode speaks of how people thrive and interact within a larger community. Homes in Paete are configured to support livelihood and, in a larger scheme of things, contribute to community branding and economic productivity. The call center culture has redefined the concept of homes and neighborhoods in many ways. The 24-hour culture has given rise to the BPO center lifestyle with high preference for condominiums located within walking distance from the workplace. Post-World War II house production in massive scale addressed homelessness in war-ravaged Manila. Mass housing continues to be the government's strategy to meet current and projected housing backlogs. In the central business districts and civic centers are patches of attempts by government to provide housing for targeted groups in need of housing near their places of work. Non-governmental organizations such as Gawad Kalinga and Habitat for Humanity have initiated housing provision for urban renewal sites such as Baseco in the city of Manila. The Community Mortgage Program is hailed by the global community as an innovative housing delivery approach. This three-stage program enables informal settlers to join the formal realm through membership in a legitimate community association. With most of the towns and cities located in waterfront areas and some in valleys or near volcanoes and fault lines, many communities in the Philippines are exposed to various forms of hazards. Post-Typhoon Haiyan Leyte became the site of many temporary and permanent relocation sites provided by international NGOs. In post-conflict Islamic city of Marawi emerged new housing sites that are defined by the mass housing typology that are in stark contrast with the Maranao housing, where spatial disposition is governed by the system of sultanates and clans and is organized around Lake Danao. Indigenous people's housing sites that are highly interwoven with the Sierra Madre Mountains is threatened by industrialization and urbanization. These are just among the many examples of housing typologies that represent different issues, concepts, and strategies that underlie the country's residential form. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dean Grace. That is something that we really have to digest. Our country badly needs more work to improve the situation of our housing system. And we do hope that many young people here will join us in the future in addressing that challenge. Again, just a few reminders for our participants. You may use the chat box feature of Zoom for any insights that you may want to share or any question that you may have for our speakers. Also, a generous shower of reactions or emojis will be highly appreciated. We encourage you to have a lively discussion with your peers and your organizers despite this remote setup. Now, let's move on or move forward with our program. To inspire us about her work as a young design and planning professional for marginalized communities, we are joined today by an urban planner and architect with extensive experience in post-disaster recovery planning, implementation of recovery programs with shelter and livelihood components, integrating climate and disaster risk in development plans, climate change vulnerability assessment, city and municipal level land use planning, participatory community action planning, heritage conservation city planning, city sustainable infrastructure planning, and industrial park planning. She has designed, facilitated, and served as trainer in workshops related to land use planning, disaster risk reduction, climate change action planning, and community resilience. She has also worked in various contexts, ranging from direct community engagement to multi-sectoral coordination and planning, involving government and non-government actors in the local and national levels. I am very honored to introduce to you architect, environmental planner, Amila Rodil.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the introduction and thank you for inviting me here. For my short talk, I would like to share 3 things that I learned in my career journey as an architect in humanitarian or development work. I hope that this may help encourage and prepare you if you would like to enter this type of career. The first lesson is to link up with like-minded people. My social consciousness was cultivated over time. I should note that my parents were activists, so that planted a seed in me. But I really started to get exposed to social realities when I went to college. In college, I joined this organization called Task Force Archi, or TFA for short. Actually, I joined it because most of my friends joined it as well. And it turned out to be an organization with noble aspirations. It was organized in 1986 by students who wanted to uplift the worsening housing urban situation of that time. As a college student, all you really want to do is pass your classes and have fun. But the founders of this organization believed that even as students, we could make a difference. From TFA, I learned the concept of the barefoot architect. And like what we call the starchitects, who design iconic buildings and become famous for it, the barefoot architect seeks to serve those who cannot afford his services, the poor. As students, we volunteered our time to NGOs who had housing programs. We went to the slums and drew up plans for urban poor families who wanted to upgrade their homes. Later, I joined TAO-Pilipinas, an NGO formed by an all-women team of TFA alumna. You probably saw them present their work this morning. Its founders decided to continue the work of TFA in assisting poor communities in the physical planning, development, and management of their communities. In TAO, I was fortunate to get to know women who were committed to the cause of serving the poor. They also believe that women should push to lead technical organizations, which were usually led by men. We did have men in the office, but usually as interns. TAO further exposed me to the realities of the urban poor, such as this community in Tanzania, which was regularly flooded by rising tides. At the time, it was frustrating work because of internal problems within the community organization. But TAO was committed to these people, and it took a long time, but they eventually helped them transfer to a better place. They taught me commitment, patience, and flexibility, which are essential in working with the poor. The second lesson is be prepared to step out of your comfort zone. Working directly with the poor and vulnerable is not comfortable. In my late 20s and 30s, I was deployed to areas in the Philippines which were hit by the worst disasters in our lifetime. And this was when I started to get into humanitarian work. The first deployment was in Bicol after Typhoon Dorian. At least 700 died from lahar from Mayon volcano because of intense rainfall. And most of those who died came from poor communities who lived along rivers. I was deployed with WHO Philippines as part of their field team for 3 months. Going to a post-disaster site where the scale of the disaster is immense is like being in a post-apocalyptic movie. It's heartbreaking, but you need to be strong to be able to help those in need. The second deployment was for Tropical Storm Washi in 2011. And it was particularly heartbreaking for me because it happened in my own town. A flash flood in 2 major rivers killed at least 1,000 people in 2 cities. I was deployed by UN Habitat to help coordinate the shelter cluster, the group of humanitarian organizations who provide shelter assistance. It was frustrating to see the same mistakes in assistance I saw after Typhoon Dorian being committed. Usually, there is not enough time allowed for good planning and design to be done after a disaster, because people need to get back to normal. The discomfort there is realizing that there are many things that are not in your control. I was also deployed to Tacloban by UN Habitat after Typhoon Haiyan. It was the worst super typhoon to have hit the Philippines, and at least 6,000 died, mostly from the storm surge that came in from the Pacific Ocean. When I went there a few months later, there was still no electricity in some areas. Water supply was a problem, and many businesses were still not open. And a lot of people were staying in tents and makeshift homes. Amidst all these, we had to help the local government, which was crippled in terms of budget, staff, and infrastructure, craft a rehabilitation plan. It was a challenge and it was stressful, but we were able to do it. The third lesson is to find your niche. In the beginning, I did a lot of things. With TAO-Pilipinas, there was a lot of workshops with communities on the field. With the UN, there was a lot of meetings and reports. I realized that what I really liked was the planning and design aspect and seeing things get built. But there's a lot you can do, depending on your field of expertise and preference. There's different levels and different aspects of the work. Humanitarian work after emergencies or disasters is more stressful, but a lot can be done in a short period of time. Working in the development sector, there's more time to plan, but things can take a longer time to implement. Among the list of activities here, I've been able to do technical assistance, project management, coordination, and research. I would have wanted to learn community organizing as well, but I'm an introvert and that's really hard for me. Now I'd like to show you the work we've done in Giwan Eastern Samar for CordAid, an international NGO. So I wanted to share this work because this is what I mentioned as I like doing, the planning and design part, and then actually seeing things get built. So Giwan is in Samar, a peninsula at the edge of the Pacific. We work with informal communities living along the coast. And this is what their houses look like. As you can see, some of them have already repaired it after the typhoon. So we provided funding and technical assistance for the people to be able to rebuild their houses to a level that would make them more resilient for the next typhoon. We had architects and engineers who worked with each family to be able to come up with a design based on the space that they had. The beneficiaries themselves managed the building of the houses. We gave them the funds and provided the design. The cost of the paint for these houses they provided themselves. And it was really gratifying to see them build the houses. I'm just showing here the level of detail in the framing of the house. We also trained the local carpenters to be able to do this. So this is where technical assistance comes in. Sometimes local construction practice is just bad. A professional is needed to be able to improve it, but it is the family who decides on the final design and they manage or do the work themselves. Talking about different levels of technical assistance, here is a snapshot of the post-Typhoon Haiyan rehabilitation plan by Tacloban City, done through the assistance of UN Habitat. We were there alongside city planning staff, along with other experts who offer their assistance, to create a rehab plan for those people who were badly affected, who were mostly the informal settlements living along the coast. I also wrote about Tacloban's rehabilitation in a research paper funded by IIED. Research is also an important niche, as there is a lot being done that is not documented. So showing that, I hope that you consider working with the poor and vulnerable a real career option. It is an alternative to corporate life. And here are some organizations that you can work with. But to me, the real gift was meeting all these passionate people along the way. This is the UN Habitat team which worked for Tacloban. And it includes some seasoned locals who've been working for the poor all their lives, as well as some people who came all the way from Europe and South America to volunteer to help. In Giwan, we had a lot of young people join us. In this picture, we have fresh architecture graduates and some who studied to be teachers but became community organizers. Some of them continued working for poor communities and some went to more conventional jobs. I've transitioned to become a freelance planning and design consultant, which enables me to work at home this pandemic and be with my family. So I would like to leave you with this quote from Samuel McBee. Everyone, rich or poor, deserves a shelter for the soul, and architects should lead in procuring social and environmental change. Whatever your expertise, you have a responsibility to help uplift the quality of life for people, particularly the poor and vulnerable. And you can do it by working with the right people, allowing yourself to grow in the process, however uncomfortable it may be, and finding the work that resonates with your heart. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I started my spiel. Okay, let me do that again. Thank you very much, Amila, for gracing us with your presence and highlighting the interdisciplinary nature of human settlements and development. So we have architects, landscape architects, engineers, planners, community organizers, scientists, lawyers, accountants, and many more who are working on holistic habitation. I do hope personally that you're feeling better. For those who are curious why Amila's voice is a bit hoarse, it's not because she's a rock star. She actually just recently recovered, successfully overcame COVID-19. So setting that aside for now, I just want to say that we're very happy that you are here with us. Your work is such an inspiration, and you are truly a delight to work with as a colleague. I know that personally. But before we let you go, let's see if our participants have some questions for you. So we're opening the floor for questions to architect environmental planner Amila Rodil. You may raise your hand. You may use the raise hand button, and please be ready to open your camera and your microphone when you are called. Anyway, while waiting for the participants, I have a very practical question for you, Amila. I know that your work in community development and rehabilitation and planning is highly stressful and sometimes can be disheartening. Can you share with us how you manage your stress, avoid burnouts, and keep working in the field?
Hi, Ed. Thank you for the compliments. Hi, everyone. Hello. Okay, what was the question again? Is how to keep yourself from getting burned out. Okay, the first thing is to take care of yourself. Take some time off and take a break when you're feeling stressed. Actually, it's actually hard to do when you're on the field, especially the ones I described in a post-disaster situation, because you're deployed there for like months, like 3 to 6 months at a time. And it's actually, you don't have your family with you, your friends are also not there. So it's important to make friends and also to leave the area once in a while. So it's actually in post-disaster deployments, they do it, the deployments are only 3 to 6 months, because longer than that, they know that people get burned out. So like the persons are replaced only, they're only like there for a few months. And after 6 months, I also left Tacloban already. So, but in development work, it takes much longer. But since you have the opportunity to to build your network of friends in a more permanent position. And yeah, so really just take time for yourself.
Okay. And maybe a follow-up question to that, because the kids might think that we are like deployed to an oil rig to a deserted island all the time, but it's not. I don't think that's really like that in community development. It's really enjoyable to see new places. But I have a follow-up question to that. What is the most fulfilling part of your work?
Well, actually seeing what you've done make a difference. So for example, for the Tacloban rehabilitation plan, we presented it to an auditorium with about 5,000 people. And then afterwards, the plan was really used to send the message that the city was getting back on its feet and rebuilding. And so I think that was important for Tacloban. So even though the plan was imperfect, there was still a lot to do, it sent a message. And also the what I described was seeing things get built was also really fulfilling. So all the homes that we built in Giwan, seeing it transform from like a shack into a colorful, well-built house that could withstand the next typhoon was really fulfilling as well. And of course, the smiles and happiness of the people that we help.
Yes, I think that's the most fulfilling part in any work in the community, seeing the people benefit from our work, their smiles, and however simple the project may be, even if it's just a simple house, it's not the project of a architect, you see that the impact, it directly impacts the quality of lives of people. So thank you for that, Amila. I don't think, let me just scan the room once again. Oh, we have another question from Isaiah Crisanto. Isaiah, please turn on your video and your audio.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're clear.
Okay, hi. I'm Isaiah Crisanto from the UP Open University, and I have a special interest in disaster housing. I've actually been working on it since Yolanda also. And one of the things that I noticed was the sort of obsession with concrete. And when there were discussions back during Yolanda, they were discussing about we need to build back, we need to rebuild. And my thesis back then, and I was only a high schooler, was we need to build back better, right? We need to rethink how we build. And since then, I've gone on trips to far-flung communities in Cebu, in Luzon as well, and presented the ideas to fisherfolk. So these are alternative housing solutions that use bamboo and lightweight materials that can be moved. And what we found in our travels is there's a strong resistance from the poor to consider alternative building materials. Their idea of a strong and sturdy house is concrete. And what we point out to them is, if you build it out of concrete, you'll get flooded. There's no way to move the house. The construction cost is much higher and it's not sustainable. How would you like address that sort of obsession with concrete that we Filipinos have? I think that's my question.
That's true. That's true. Also, concrete is more vulnerable to like during an earthquake. It could collapse, right? And it can kill people. So actually, I think it's like showing them a prototype, because as you said, most of them are really used to concrete, so they're associated with strength, etc. But if you show them a prototype of a nice house, like let's say wooden framing or bamboo framing, I think it could convince them. Just showing them like a good example, or let's say you could choose like one person of the community who is like the leader, and then build their house first and build it nice. So, and if they look up to that person, and then they would like the Filipino way, you imitate those who you admire. So I think it's just that. So actually, if you notice, the ones I showed were concrete. We did wood, and it was more cost effective, and especially if the construction practice is not very good in terms of concrete, it's really safer. It's safer to do wood, because you're sure that it won't collapse. Because with concrete, we also did some concrete houses, but it was very tightly supervised to make sure the quality was good. And of course, it was also a bit more expensive. But we did concrete in the urban areas where the houses were very tight. So there was the consideration of fire. So the wooden houses we did in the more rural areas and the coastal areas, where it was considered to be like temporary. So it also depends on the context. So maybe in an urban area, concrete could be okay. But in more rural areas, I think wood or bamboo frame houses would be good. So it's just showing them. And of course, also if you're the donor and if you insist on it, they can't do anything. But I totally understand their point of view.
Just one quick follow-up. So in addition to, and I really like your answer, I remember one of the earlier speakers, the community pantry, many people had many things they wanted to say about it, but the moment that someone did it, everyone else saw it, they were able to follow. I think that's very true of what we Filipinos can do. And I'd just like to ask also, I guess, what's your opinion of geodesic domes? And because I noticed most of the houses, even the samples that were created, are still square. And from our testing, we understand that just changing the shape of the house can allow your building to survive stronger and stronger winds. What is your take on, like what do you think is the shape of a house of the future? What do you think it is?
That's true. That's true. I mean, architects and engineers like to explore forms, and we really like it when yeah, we're able to make like the most efficient or the strongest form. But when working with those people who have been recently affected by storms, they just want to get back to their normal life the way it was before, and also introducing like foreign forms to them is it's difficult. So I think like with like, for example, geodesic domes, maybe we can do it for like multi-purpose halls, or not for the house, because I think the main consideration is the cultural and emotional aspect of it. For the house to them represents home, healing, and so it has to be something familiar and they are used with. So if you want to, like, maybe some people would want to live in a geodesic dome, but probably not most people. So as technical professionals, sometimes we need to set aside that design aspect and look at the cultural aspect of things, because for most people that is their main consideration.
Thank you. That's a very enlightening answer. Thank you very much.
I agree, definitely agree with you, Pon. I remember when we had an interview in one of the communities, it was difficult to convince them to adopt plastic houses or houses with different forms because it was not culturally acceptable or socially acceptable for them. And another aspect is that they are not familiar with building these houses. So actually it was more acceptable for the people to just build in the vernacular way in some of the resettlement areas. That's what I remember in the rehabilitation after Typhoon Haiyan. So I definitely agree with that. We need to set aside our ego most of the time when we're working with communities. Does anyone else have questions for Amila before we let her go? Okay, I think we're ready to move forward with the next part of our program. Thank you very much, Amila.
Thank you.
Please be well. I hope you recover completely.
Yes, thank you.
Let's see each other sometime. Okay, so
all right, thank you, everyone.
We're now ready to move on to the next part of our program. It is actually an action planning workshop based on an actual community or settlement in the Philippines. The community's name is Lupang Arenda. But before we proceed with our workshop, we will provide you with a background of the community case study that you will be working on. So to provide the initial backgrounder, which will be joined by a person which will be presented by a person who knows the community well. She is a member of the board of directors of TAO-Pilipinas Incorporated, and coincidentally also the Assistant Dean of the College of Architecture. Please welcome Assistant Professor Maria Faith Varona. Ma'am Varona, you have the screen.
Good afternoon. Before we proceed with the action planning, let me introduce to you the community first. The community has also prepared a video, but let me share with you some basic information. This community profile is based on the presentation by Edraline Flores, the Vice President for Internal Affairs of APOLA. So, let us orient ourselves. Geographically, where is the community? Where is the Philippines? The Philippines is located in Southeast Asia. It is an archipelagic country composed of 7,107 islands. It has an area of 300,000 square kilometers and a population of 109 million since 2020. The capital is Manila City, located within the National Capital Region or Metropolitan Manila. Metropolitan Manila is the seat of government, center of culture, economy, and education. It is one of the 3 defined metropolitan areas in the country. It has 16 cities and 1 municipality. Metropolitan Manila has a population of 13.5 million. It is 5th most populous urban area in the world and designated as a global power city. Adjacent to Metropolitan Manila is the province of Rizal, where the community is located. The province is named after Jose Rizal, one of the main national heroes of the Philippines. Rizal has 13 municipalities with a population of 3.3 million. It has an area of 1,191 square kilometers and a density of 2,800 per square kilometer. Taytay is one of the 13 municipalities of Rizal. It is a first-class municipality with a population of 386,451 as of 2020. The site is located in Barangay Santa Ana, Taytay, Rizal. The community is called Lupang Arenda. It used to be an agricultural land considered part of the friar estate and associated with the encomienda system practiced during the Spanish period. It is still known today as Lupang Arenda and has now become a relocation and resettlement site. It has 7 puroks or village clusters. Lupang Arenda has 80 hectares proclaimed for social housing. According to the census done in 2020 by National Housing Authority and APOLA, it has 12,914 families or 40,181 persons. So how is the community organized? Currently, the community is led by APOLA or Alliance of People's Organizations in Lupang Arenda. It is a confederation of 3 federations, namely Arenda Urban Poor Federation Incorporated, Lupang Arenda Homeowners Federation Incorporated, and Coalition of Change in Lupang Arenda Council of Leaders Incorporated. APOLA is composed of 27 homeowners associations with 8,500 members. So what is the current situation? Starting with a short background on the land, Lupang Arenda community started to establish itself in the area with the Presidential Proclamation PP 704 by then President Fidel V. Ramos in the mid-1990s. 80 hectares of land was proclaimed for social housing to the affected families of the Pasig River Rehabilitation Program and the informal settlers of Taytay, Rizal. Unfortunately, in 2009, the severe flooding in Metro Manila brought by Typhoon Katsana or Tropical Storm Endoy gave the government reason to repeal the PP 704 through Executive Order 854. In 2019, the community, after a decade of struggle, was able to reinstate Presidential Proclamation 704 through Executive Order 93. At present, the community through APOLA is advocating for a new proclamation, that of expanding the socialized housing site from 91 hectares to 96 hectares. Of the 96 hectares, 5 hectares have already been issued CELA, or the Certificate of Entitlement for Lot Allocation for Samatawa residents, which are members of APOLA. 91 hectares are still being processed under the Free Patent Law. So what are other community activities in Lupang Arenda? The community is currently doing site development activities like backfilling, road and drainage maintenance, the concreting of roads and drainage, the installation of solar street lights. Other community initiatives, more for security of tenure. The community did structures mapping to identify structures that are violating the 2-story limit as mandated by the local government. They are also formulating their community design planning and development guidelines for effective estate management. They are also doing now trainers training on reblocking in preparation for community development of Lupang Arenda to enhance safety and security and disaster resilience. And they are also doing low carbon initiatives through bike lanes along C6, urban gardening, the use of eco-bricks and recycled materials, community-based solid waste management system, and of course the installation of solar street lights along major roads. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Faith Varona. Now, to supplement that background information about the community of Lupang Arenda and the People's Organization of APOLA, we have a video prepared by the community themselves and put together by our cluster committee. So please enjoy and actively listen to this video that will be helpful to you later in your action planning workshop.
Okay.
Dami naming mga galing probinsya kasi karamihan dito. Iba't ibang probinsya po. Dito po makikita natin yung mga mahihirap na tao. Dahil kung may kaya, hindi ko magtiyaga dito ng ilang taon. Ang kahilingan lang namin sa Pangulo, napakatagal na po namin inilalaban ang karapatan namin dito para sa kasiguraduhan ng aming paninirahan. Ang alam po namin na maibigay niya ng lubusan sa amin yung mga tinitirahan namin dito sa lupang ito. Kung ano po yung dapat ayusin, handa naman po kami makiisa para hindi na po kami mag-isip at makatulog na po kami ng maayos kasi po dito
Bukas na ang araw at panahon. Hanggang ngayon umasang magwagi. Tuloy pa rin aming dinarasan, natanggapin, mapasa amin ang lupaing ito. Pangako sana huwag niyo nang ipagkait.
I think we just have a slight technical glitch and our technical team is working on it. Just to give you a brief context about the video. The first video that we're showing you was done in 2018 when the community, through its people's organization, APOLA, was requesting from President Duterte a presidential proclamation for their land that they are settling in. So I think our team is ready to play the video again. Please stand by, everyone, for the replay of our video. Thank you.
We're connecting right now. We just had a brownout in the building. We're getting back. Thank you, Edra.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you, Ma'am Gigi. Our director, Ma'am Gigi, has given us a prompt. Maybe we can take a very short break while we're waiting.
That will be good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Edra.
We'll take a very short 10-minute break. So we're going to get the break for later and move it up a little bit. So let's have a short 10-minute break. It's 2:30 in my clock. Let's be back here again at 2:40 p.m. Please do not log out. Just turn off your videos and your audios and just come back here by 2:40 p.m. Thank you very much. And we're back. I think our tech team is already ready to play our community's video. I think it's a good idea to replay it from the top. So again, the context of this video is that it was done in 2018 when the community was requesting for a presidential proclamation for their land.
Okay.
Dami naming mga galing probinsya kasi karamihan dito. Iba't ibang probinsya po. Dito po makikita natin yung mga mahihirap na tao. Dahil kung may kaya, hindi ko magtiyaga dito ng ilang taon. Ang kahilingan lang namin sa Pangulo, napakatagal na po namin inilalaban ang karapatan namin dito para sa kasiguraduhan ng aming paninirahan. Ang alam po namin na maibigay niya ng lubusan sa amin yung mga tinitirahan namin dito sa lupang renta. Kung ano po yung dapat ayusin, handa naman po kami makiisa para hindi na po kami mag-isip at makatulog na po kami ng maayos. Kasi po dito
Bukas na ang araw at panahon. Hanggang ngayon, umasang magwagi. Tuloy pa rin aming dinarasan, natanggapin, mapasa amin ang lupaing ito. Pangako sana huwag niyo nang ipagkait ang munting pangarap sana ay dinggin. Taos puso ang aming dinaing. Sa'yo lamang namin hilingin. Dahil tunay may puso kang alay. Tatay Digong, maawa ka, ang kahilingan sa iyo nakasalalay ang lahat. Bukas na.
Sa aming mahal na Presidente Duterte, maraming salamat po at binigyan po ninyo ng daan itong mga dasal ng ating mga kapatid dito sa Apola, Taytay, Rizal, Santa Ana. Ito po ay isang misyon para sa amin na pinagkatiwalaan mo. Binibigay po namin ng buong-buo ang aming serbisyo para sa inyo at para sa mga taong tunay na Pilipino na nangangailangan ng tulong para sa ating mahal na pamilya. Ito pong lupang arenda ay hindi po biro na napakatagal na ng panahon. Dekada na po sila nag-iintay, nagdarasal kung sino ang magbibigay sa kanila ng tunay na palupa sa kanilang bahay na tinitirikan. Ito na po ang panahon na para maibigay natin sa mga tao sa lupang arela ang kanilang minimiting lupain. Ito po ang aming tinrabaho na ngayon ay nasa inyong kamay at alam ko po na with your directives, our dearly President Duterte, ang puso nyo ay nasa masa, ang puso nyo ay nasa tao. Kaya kami po ay masaya, kami po ay overwhelmed na magsilbi sa mga tao dahil kami ay may isang Pangulong sinusunod ang kanyang puso. Puso para sa tao, puso para sa pamilya, puso para sa Pilipinong tunay na nangangailangan ng kalinga galing sa gobyerno. kayo po, Presidente Duterte, ay pinapasalamatan namin sa lupang arenda Santa Ana, Taytay Rizal. Kami po ay kumakatok na kung saan itong prayer na to, kayo po ang pinubot para mapirmahan itong proklamasyon at ang mga tao tumitira sa kanilang bahay sa panahon ninyo, ang kanilang lupa ay maibibigay ng matiwasay at nang sa ganon, ang kanilang apo ang magiging beneficiary natin at magiging payapa na ang kanilang pamumuhay dahil ang kanilang mga bahay sa susunod na panahon ay nakatirik na sa kanilang pag-aaring lupa. Maraming salamat.
Nandito po tayo ngayon sa bukana ng lupang arinda kung saan makikita niyo po yung signboard, welcome to lupang arinda. Ito po ay bahagi ng purok dos sa lupang arinda na nandito po tayo sa bandang gitna ng lupang arinda kung saan makikita po natin ang itsura ng pasilidad sa lupang arinda. Nandito po yung eskwelahan, may talipapa po, mga solar light sa paligid. Ayan po. Ayan. At yung itsura naman po ng kalsada, yan, medyo na po, simentado. Kaya nga lang, ang problema po namin ay yung drainage na namin, mababaw saka kaya po kunting ulan, babaha na yan. Itsura po ng mga natin sa ngayon, medyo na-develop na po ang lugar namin. May mga pamayanan na pong marami na pong nakatira at yung mga bahay ay hindi na po kagaya dati na barong-barong lang. Ngayon mga konkreto na po karamihan. Yung palengke po, may mga kung saan nakakabili yung mga naninirahan sa amin dito na mga pangangailangan nila sa araw-araw ay meron na po dito sa lupang arinda. Mga tari-tari, may tinda ng isda, may grocery, may butika,
Alas lahat naman po.
Alas lahat, meron na
mga pangangailangan
mga pangangailangan ng mga tao. Halos lahat meron na mabibili dito sa amin sa lupang arinda. Kung makikita nyo po, naglalaki ng mga bahay. Ito po, yung eskwelahan ng Arinda Elementary School na pinagawa po ng ating provincial governor kay Governor Inaris. Tapos ito po yung basketball court. Meron na rin po tayong fire station dito sa lupang arinda na kung saan ay Belga-Casono.
Dito tayo ngayon sa loob ng Barangay Santa Ana Municipal Extension Office. Ito po Extension Office. Ito po ay nilagay dito dahil yung mismong main office po ng aming Barangay Santa Ana ay malayo po rito sa aming lugar. So minabuti po maglagay ng Extension Office dito para po mabilis na maservisyohan yung mga mamamayan nandito. So, napakalaking bagay po, napakalaking tulong sa mga mamamayan dito. Sapagkat po kami po ay magtatapat sa main office sa aming mga pangangailangan. Kailangan pa po namin sumakay ng tricycle at mamasahe ng mahigit 200 papunta pa uwi. So, napakalaking bagay po at tulong. Ang hinihiling na talaga namin, bagaman meron ng mga ganito, kailangan pa rin po talaga ng mas dagdag na pag-i-improve dahil nga po sa laki ng aming area. At dito po kasi sa lupang arinda, sa ngayon po ang individual population po namin dito ay nasa mga 70,000 individuals. So napakalaki po. Kaya kung meron na po kami mga serbisyo na para sa ay medyo kulang pa rin po talaga. So kailangan pa rin namin talaga ng tulong mula sa ating gobyerno. Punta po tayo dito sa kabilang portion na kung saan ay dito po kahit na summer ay binabaha dahil nga po sa problema sa drainage. Ito po portion na ito, magsimula po rito hanggang po doon pagtawid sa kabila ay nandito po yung isang malaking problema. Ito po yung kasalukuyang sitwasyon dito po sa kabila. Pero kung mapapansin niyo po, doon sa may bandang dulo naman ay makikita ninyo yung i-improve naman. Ayun, nakikita niyo po yung paano po kahirap yung aming sitwasyon dito. Yan. Kaya napakadelikado pong dumaan dito kapag kayo po ay nakasingle na motor kasi hindi niyo malaman kung may mga bato-bato na napupunta sa gitna ng kalsada, kaya napakadelikado po. So ayan. Pero sa kabilang dulo naman po, ayan po ay hindi lang po madiretso kasi hindi na kinaya ng pondo, hindi na kinaya ng budget, ay hanggang dyan na lang po muna siya. Medyo mahaba-haba na rin portion rin, nakuha na rin po yung libre ng 6-6. Pero mahaba, kung mapansin nyo, mahaba pa rin po yung hindi pa talaga nagagawa. Pagpapatuloy, ito po ay isang halimbawa lamang ng mga kalsada na nasa bandang gitna pa po, nasa loob, na mga undeveloped pa po talaga. Ayan, kaya dito po ay, ito pong mga kalsada na ito sa loob, ang nag-i-improve po nito ay ang mga mamamayan, mga tao. Kanya-kanya po kami bilhin ng tambak para po magkaroon kami ng medyo maayos-ayos yung nadaanan. So dahil po medyo malaki ang lupang arenda, nasa 91 hectares po yung proposed proclaim area, kaya po kinakailangan po talaga ng napakalaking pondo. Kung mapapansin nyo po dito sa loob, putol-putol yung drainage. May portion na may drainage, may portion na wala kasi nga po nagkakanya-kanya po sila ng kanya-kanya pong hukay ang mga tao. Bawat yung mga mamamayan, kami na po mismo ang paunti-unti na nagde-develop. Nagkakaroon po kami ng mga bagong-bagan para lang po magkaroon ng development ng aming lugar. Ito rin po yung kalsada na ito. Kami rin po ang bumili ng panambak dyan para na po maging maayos yung aming kalsada. So, itong paglalagay namin ng tambak dito, ito po ay nakailang patong na. Dahil kung makikita ninyo, di ba, yung drainage, hindi natin alam kung saan tatakbo yung tubig. So, ganun po. So, sana, yun, siguro, kailangan talaga ng atensyon pa ng gobyerno paano maisaayos ang aming lugar. Dahil kami rin po ay nagpaplano na magkaroon po kami ng isang people's plan o kasama na po yung pag-reblocking ng aming mga kalsada dahil yung mga kalsada po ay hindi man sumisipit. So, yun po, kasama po yan sa mga plano namin dito sa aming lugar na sana mapansin din po kami ng national government na tulungan nyo naman po kami. Kasi mahaba na po yung aming sakripisyo, ilang dekada na po ang aming ginagawa. So, bali lahat po ng aming ginagawa ay sariling sikap. So, sana po ay mapansin din po kami ng national government.
So, yung lupang arenda, ito'y taniman ng gulay, ng palay, ng mga taga-Taytay sa panahon na mababa ang Laguna Lake. So, at masustansya yung lupa kasi nga yung mga siltation sa lawa. Kaya naging paboritong lugar to ng mga taga-Taytay na taniman. Bali, 1995, kung saan dito na unti-unting dumadami yung mga tao dito sa lupang arenda dahil mayroong inilabas na Proclamation 704 si Pangulong Fidel Ramos na ang mga benepisyaryo ay yung mga less privileged families ng Taytay. At mula doon, nung pumasok na yung mga tao, unti-unti na nilang tinatambakan o nagkakaroon sila ng site development para naman pag tumataas ang lawa ay hindi sila naapektuhan ng lawa ay ng tubig baha mula sa Laguna Lake. So mula doon, dahil sa unti-unting pagtatambak ng mga tao sa kanilang lugar o yung site development, dito na nagsimulang mabuo ang isang maayos at magandang community ng lupang arenda. Nagpadagdag pa dito yung pagbilis ng usbong ng isang community sa lupang arenda noong 2000 nang magkaroon ng construction ng road dike ng C6. Subalit yung pagtayo ng C6 naging banta din doon sa proclamation dahil yung original na plano ng C6 one-fourth lang ang matitira sa original plan na 80 hectares sa proclamation. Dito rin sa pagsubong din ng paglalagay ng C6 nagsimula din yung pagkakaroon ng pagkakaisa ng mga tao para ilabi sa government na i-realign yung dike para maprotektahan yung proclaim area na para sa programang pabahay ni Pangulong Ramos noong 1995. Kaya naging matagumpay ito, nagkaroon ng realignment at nang na-realign yung C6, ito na yung nagsilbing dike na sa tuwing tataas ang tubig ng Laguna Lake, hindi na naapektuhan ng pagbaha yung proclamation. Yung mga tao dito sa Lupang Arenda na kasalukuyang nakatira, sila yung mga taong walang sariling tirahan. Sila yung mga taong nangangailangan talaga ng pagkalinga ng gobyerno. Sila yung mga taong sa gobyerno lang talaga umaasa na magkaroon ng sariling bahay at lupa na titirahan. So that was 30 years ago. Pero siyempre nga, dahil naging isang community na yung Lupang Arenda, mula noon hanggang ngayon, 30 taon lumipas, umunlad na rin ang Lupang Arenda. Dahil yung mga anak, sa pagsisikap ng mga magulang, napagtapos. Kaya kung yung noong 1995, ang daanan dito sa Lupang Arenda ay mga tulay na 2x3 at 2x4 lamang para makarating ka sa kanilang mga kabahayan. Ngayon, pagbabalikan mo ngayon ang Lupang Arenda, meron na itong mga konkretong kalsada. At yung mga bahay dati na shanty, na napakaliliit, talagang pag tiningnan mo talaga, typical na informal settlers, napakalaki na. Dahil pag bumalik ka ngayon dito sa Lupang Arenda, makikita mo na talaga yung, mayroon ka na rito makikitang 2-story, 3-story, at napakaganda na yung mga bahay kumpara sa mga mayahalin tulad mo na talaga na isa-isang subdivision yung Lupang Arenda. At makikita mo na rin, mayroon na rin dito may mga nakagarahing na rin mga sasakyan na hindi lang basta sasakyan, talagang mga high-end na mga sasakyan. Ito rin yung nagpapakita na malayong-malayo na ang narating ng Lupang Arenda mula noon hanggang ngayon. So, yung kanilang mga kabuhayan, karamihan dito, mga nagtatrabaho sa servicing, sa construction, meron din mga nasa informal labor, kasi marami dito mga nagtitinda, yung mga naglalako, meron ding mga barbershop, kainan, kantin, ganyan. So, meron din namang mga nasa formal labor. Mga iba, white-collar job na dahil nga sa haba ng panahon. So, lahat ng mga iba't ibang klaseng workforce, makikita mo dito sa Lupang Arenda. At para protektahan at ituloy ang laban para sa kasiguraduhan sa paninirahan dahil umuunlad na nga ang Lupang Arenda. Ang bawat mga sityos or purok dito sa Lupang Arenda ay binubuo ng iba't ibang lokal na samahan. At para pag-ugnay-ugnayin ang lahat ng mga samahan na to, nagkaroon dito ng 3 federation. Ito yung LAHOPI o yung Lupang Arenda Homeowners Federation. Nandyan din yung AUPFI, Arenda Urban Poor Federation, at yung ANARC, Arenda Leaders Coalition. At para naman pagsama-samahin ang 3 federation na to, nandyan naman ang isang confederation. Ito yung Alliance of People's Organization in Lupang Arenda na nangunguna sa pagsusulong ng kasiguruhan sa paninirahan ng may humigit kumulang sa 19,000 families na magpahanggang ngayon ay umaasa pa rin sa tulong ng gobyerno. At para sa national naman, ang APOLA ay kabahagi ng ugnayang lakas ng mga apektadong pamilya or ULAP. Kaya kung kami tawagin ay ULAP Taytay. Yun. Sa pakikipag-ugnayan sa ULAP Taytay ay naging kabahagi na rin kami ng iba't ibang NGO network na national yung formation. Sa organizing, tinutulungan kami ng community organizer multiversity. Sila yung nagigiya sa amin, nagagabay sa amin kung paano patatalasin ang mga estratehiya na kasama ang mga tao. Consultation sa mga tao, paano ibababa ang mga programa, at paano haharapin namin ang iba't ibang pagsubok na may kaugnayan sa kasiguruhan sa paninirahan dito sa lupang arenda. At pagdating naman sa technical issues, tinutulungan naman kami ng TAO-Pilipinas. Yung TAO-Pilipinas, sila naman ang nagtuturo sa amin ng issue ng technical. Pagsusuri sa kalagayan ng interpretasyon, sa pagsusuri mga lumabas, sa mga data na nakuha dito sa lupang arenda, kung ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng mga pag-aaral. Sila rin ang nagpapaliwanag sa amin sa mga resulta at mga pwedeng gawin ng naaayon sa siyensa or naaayon sa engineering solution sa mga hazard or issues and concern na nakikita ng mga national government agency. Ginagawa namin ito upang mabigyan ng solusyon o atensyon yung mga problemang maaaring idulot ng sakuna sa aming komunidad na hindi naman inaasahan na darating, subalit pwede naming pagandaan sa tulong ng COM at ng TAO-Pilipinas.
Kami po, syempre, ang komunidad namin ay nais na magkaroon ng kasiguruhan sa paninirahan. Isa pang issue namin na yung sana magkaroon kami ng proklamasyon dahil nga doon sa proklamasyon na yon, para magkaroon na kami ang mga tao ay mawala yung pangamba kung hindi man sila gigibain o para hindi sila magiba o hindi sila mawala sa kanilang mga kinalalagyan sa kasalukuyan. Tapos ang isang issue pa din namin na sana yung aming main road dito sa gitna ng lupang arenda magkaroon na ng sustainable drainage, ng ma-address na po yung pagbabaha. Sa previous po na bagyo, ang natatandaan po namin na mga nakatira na dito ay yung bagyong Undoy noong 2009. Ito po ay nagdulot ng malaking implikasyon o nagkaroon ng pangit na impormasyon sa pamahalaan, kaya napawalang bisa yung aming proklamasyon. Tapos sana magkaroon na talaga kami ng katuparan at kasiguruhan sa paninirahan sa pamamagitan ng isang proklamasyon o security of tenure. Pero ito'y alam namin magaganap sa tulong ng mga NGO na meron kami sa kasalukuyan na tumutulong sa amin. Ito yung pagdating sa technical, ito yung TAO-Pilipinas, at sa organizing naman ang COM at iba pang mga agencies na alam namin na makakatulong sa aming mga problema o sa aming mga issue dito sa lupang arenda. Sa ngayon, yun nga, pagbabaha talaga sa Inares kasi hindi pa nga na-address talaga. Yung gusto sana namin, ma-address na rin yung pagbabaha dyan. Ang nakikita namin problema, yung hindi maayos na drainage at hindi matukoy saan siya padadaluyin upang after ng ulan, after ng bagyo, merong kapupuntahan yung tubig. Kaya nako-constrain siya sa gitna, yun nga, at wala pa kaming site, development na nagaganap or di pa kami nagkakaroon ng mga ganong programa o pagbabago sa aming lugar. Kaya ang Inares po kasi isa siya sa catch basin ng lahat ng baha mumula sa east at sa west. So sa kanya dumadaloy o bumabagsak ang lahat ng ito. So less na po ang nararanasan na lang po namin yung talagang pagbaha na lang sa Inares, pero the rest of lupang arenda na-address na po dahil sa pagtutulungan ng mga tao para i-address na hindi na maging malaki pa yung epekto ng pagbabaha, kasi dito sa amin talagang awa ng Diyos, hindi naman yung mga bagyo disastrous doon sa mga bahay-bahay namin, kundi yung tubig lang po talaga ang totoong nagkaroon kami ng malaking problema. Dahil doon ka sa drainage na hindi matukoy kung saan siya mapapadaluyin. Kaya hindi na kami binabaha yung kabuuan ng lupang arenda kasi patuloy ang konsultasyon, hindi lang sa gobyerno, hindi lang sa LGU, sa national, kundi konsultasyon na ginagawa namin pati sa mga tao. So, nare-resolve o nasusolve itong mga problemang ito sa pagtutulungan ng mga komunidad at nakakahingi din kami ng konting tulong sa aming barangay, sa aming LGU. Pero mas nasusolve ito dahil yung mga tao mulat at alam nila, nakikita nila ano yung nearest solution at fast track solution doon sa mga sitwasyon namin sa bawat lugar. Ang vision na ito po ay para sa pangkalahatang lugar dito sa loob ng lupang arenda. Ito po ay magkaroon kami ng isang komunidad na may malakas, na samahan, at may kasiguruhan sa paninirahan, na may maayos na site development, at mamuhay ng tahimik at mapayapa ang mga tao dito, na may malayang paggalaw, at mamumuhay ng marangal, na may pagkakaisa at mananatili na may dignidad at may takot sa Diyos ang lahat ng mga tao. So yun po yung aming vision, naway sa mga susunod na panahon, ito po ay tinatrabaho naman namin upang ito ay maganap at ito yung maging komunidad namin sa hinaharap.
Okay, that was a lot to process, but I think that was a very telling and powerful set of videos about the struggles and efforts of the community of Lupang Arenda. I hope that our participants took mental notes about the issues that are being faced by the community of Lupang Arenda. Now, to put all of that information from morning until the afternoon into something that is really productive, we will now proceed into our action planning workshop. This will also give you a little glimpse of one of the tools that we use in working with communities. To introduce who will be joining you in our breakout session and to explain the mechanics of our action planning workshop, I would like to call on the NSTP CWTS Coordinator of the College of Architecture, Assistant Professor Olivia Alma Sikam. Professor Sikam, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Edra. Okay, so I'll share my screen so I can show you the mechanics of the next activity. Okay, so I'll just read from this. These are the mechanics for your action planning workshop this afternoon. Okay, so let me just, okay. All right, so based on today's agenda on holistic habitation, the information on Lupang Arenda that was presented, and your current role as youth leaders, here are your guide questions for your workshop. So first, identify issues in the community that interest you based on your background, experiences, and discipline. Next, categorize the issues you have identified into themes with consideration for the Sustainable Development Goals. And then, among the themes and issues that you've identified, select and rank the 3 most compelling areas of concern according to your own personal interests, the impacts on the SDGs, and the importance and impacts to the community. Finally, share and exchange insights on how to address the top areas of concern you have identified. So consider what youth leaders like yourselves may feasibly contribute and implement as interventions for Lupang Arenda's holistic habitation. So here you will list down the action points, actors, helpers, resources needed, and projected timeline for each action point. So where are you going to work on this? So we'll be using the Jamboard, Google Jamboard. I think the links to your boards will be sent to you. So this is where you can build or work on your responses to the guide questions. So some instructions: each group may create several frames in their Jamboard depending on their response to the question. So to do this, you just click on the greater than symbol on the top middle portion of your Jamboard screen. And then for identification, write your group name and the members of your group on the lower right-hand corner of the frame. And then so that other participants can easily understand your board, feel free to supplement your jam with doodles, sticky notes, photographs, and hyperlinks. You may also choose to use other presentation platforms. For instance, there's Canva, Miro, Slido. So choose what you're most comfortable with, but make sure that you put it in the Jamboard. So for a more organized group discussion, you should assign these roles among the members of your group. So have one facilitator, one documenter, and one presenter among the members of the group. And then after your group discussion, you will be presenting your outputs to the whole group in the plenary session. Note that each group is only given 5 minutes. So this will be kind of like an elevator pitch. You have to explain everything you wrote on the board in 5 minutes. So note that some members of the cluster panel will comment or provide suggestions after each presentation. Okay, so this is important. So your submission and submitting your outputs, you have to save your jams or frames as an image and then upload to the Google Drive link. This will be given to you on the Jamboards that you are assigned to, and then format your file using this naming template. So the example is here. You can just follow this example. And then these submissions will be used to record your outputs for cluster 1 session. I will introduce, not yet. So the sustainable development goals for your reference. So this is for your action planning session. And to introduce your facilitators, for group 1, Christian Arans with monitor Faith Varona. Group 2, Hannah Regidor and Francesca Cabalin with monitor Angel Sales. Group 3, myself and Napi Navarra with monitor Therese Julia. And Group 4, Arlene Santiago and Jade Agapinan with monitor Angel Sales. So that's about it. I'll turn this over to you, Edra.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Olivia. I would like to inform everyone that we have already cut the broadcast, our live broadcast in YouTube, and this is already a private Zoom meeting or Zoom session. So we would like to request the assistance of TVUP in assigning the breakout rooms. Okay, so I think TVUP has already broadcasted via Zoom your groupings. Please join the groups. I'll try to help out with assigning the facilitators in the group.